I drove my rusty pickup to the local game store door. Starfield gleamed upon the shelf, couldn't wait no more. Todd Howard spun his stories of galaxies afar, but when I fired up that game, I didn't get too far. Oh, Todd, you sold me stardust, but gave me empty skies. Promised me the universe with all your alibis. I fell for all your stories, like I always do. Starfield left me wishing for a game that's true. They boasted endless planets, each one unique and new. But after planet number 3, I'd seen a deja vu. The critics didn't love it, gave it mediocre scores. Just another space misfire echoed across the boards. Oh, Todd, you sold me stardust, but gave me empty skies. Promised me the universe with all your alibis. I fell for all your stories, like I always do. Starfield left me wishing for a game that's true. I searched for epic battles, but the AI wouldn't fight. Characters were wooden and the dialogue was trite. Todd promised me the cosmos, but left me in the dust. Now I'm trading in this game, it's betrayed my trust. Oh, Todd, you weaved a fable of worlds beyond compare, but all I got were glitches and load screens everywhere. Still somehow I'm considering when the next game's not, 'cause hope's a stubborn thing, and I'll give it one more try. Oh, Todd, you sold me stardust, but gave me empty skies. Promised me the universe with all your alibis. I fell for all your stories, like I'll always do. Starfield left me wishing for a game that's true. Oh, Todd, you sold me stardust, but gave me empty skies. Promised me the universe with all your alibis. I fell for all your stories, like I always do. Starfield left me wishing for a game that's true.
I'm vibing! 16 times the detail.
Time to play the game. Imagine a hero shooter where the hero never showed. Imagine a game with a player base that just refused to grow. A 5v5 hero shooter with gameplay that's just okay, and characters that remind me of Tupperware and white bread. No, I'm not talking about Overwatch. Please stop bringing up Overwatch. This game is not Overwatch. It's actually something else. Imagine a game with a story that no one watches. A game that costs $40 that Sony totally botches. It has all my favorite characters, like Lemmy, Dawn, and Craig. At least, I think that's what their names are. I never bothered to check. Concord like the grave, your legacy is safe. As a game that no one played, and a price that no one paid. Boop-a-doop-ba, keep-a-doop-da, scoop-a-boop-ba, beep-beep-beep-beep-beep, phlegm. Concord accidentally peeing on your own leg. Concord, we're here to lay you to rest. We know you tried your best. You copied so much cool stuff just to turn out lame in the end. I'll never forget my favorite moments, like when Hot Sauce Guy jumped. Remember when he jumped? That was really cool. A rat just ran by on my desk, and even the rat didn't want to play Concord, even though I blessed him with the chance. The $40 he could afford, but the rat just stared on in a trance. Rat, 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 rat. Concord's dead. Rat, 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 rat. Concord's dead. The Costco guys made more money than you. They were just on Jimmy Fallon too. Imagine Lennox being on Jimmy Fallon, because I literally can't. The rat on my desk is eating all my Cheerios and grapes, and also Concord is dead. Concord like the grave, your legacy is safe as a game that no one played, and a price that no one paid. Rat-a-ta-ta beep-a-dap, skim, milk, the rat freak, doo-da, doo-da. A guy said he really liked it, and then a bunch of rats ate his face. That's the sound he made when Concord passed away. I wish things turned out different, but either way I'm getting paid. Concord's dead, Concord's dead, and boy is my face red. When the game came out, everybody overslept. Concord's dead, Concord's dead. Holy crap, Lois, Concord's dead. When the game out, people played everything else instead.
They did, and I don't know why. I don't know why. I mean, the game was pretty fantastic, so I don't know why they wouldn't. It's weird, strange. How you guys doing? How you guys doing? You guys feeling good? Feeling vibelicious? Yes, rip Concord. Rip Concord indeed. Indeed. We have some interesting little things to talk about. A couple of big things, but some interesting little things as well. It's going to be good. And of course, the omnipresent monster elephant in the room is that tomorrow is Gamescom. Tomorrow is like the biggest game conference, opening night, whatever, of the year. And it should have a fair number of announcements and reveals, which should be cool. We'll run through some of those today, because I do think I do think that there's a few possibilities. I think there's a few possibilities. Probably like one or two massive surprises, but it should be good. It should be good. Like I'll save it. I'll say it because I have a couple of ones that I'm really hoping for, but I'll we'll get into that when we get into it. Because there's some obvious ones like that we almost certainly will see, like Silent Hill F. I think we see that for sure, but there's also a few big question marks of things we might be able to see, and that, fingers crossed. We'll see. We'll find out. Yeah. Are you streaming it? That's the plan. Yes, co-streaming it. It should be good. I'm hopeful that they actually have some big stuff, because one thing that happens is like this time of year is always weird because it's like the calm before the storm. So everything is like really chill and there's not much news breaking. There's not a lot of releases and everybody's staying quiet. And part of it is because people are on vacation and just not much is happening. But part of it also is that studios are saving their announcements and are getting ready to reveal it like in a big way. And so they go into like lockdown, nobody talk about anything, everybody stay quiet, and then when they do talk about it, it's for the big reveal. So I'm optimistic. Yeah, the PC2 is gonna get revealed. They finally got around to making the sequel. Loxy, thank you for being here. Thank you. And then also Jupsy, good to see you. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. Wolf, Ripersworth, Wolf, hello. I can't read. Hello, Luke. Enjoy the day. Can't watch at work, but I'll catch up later today. Enjoy, everyone. Thank you, my friend. Glad to have you drop in. Thank you. Damn, I just upgraded my PC 1. That's the danger. You miss out on the PC number 2. That's the danger. Speaking of the danger, this is insane. Just a quick little tidbit for you. You remember last stream on Friday, we looked at a couple of the like scandalous TikToks that the first Descendant was getting in trouble over. If you're not familiar, First Descendant is a Nexon game. It's like this, it's hard to describe, but it's one of those big live service games that they've put a lot of money into. But they are promoting it on TikTok with creator sponsored short content, which is totally fine. You hire a creator to make like a video saying, this game looks amazing, this game looks great, whatever. And one of the ways that they sometimes do it is by holding competitions where they will let viewers submit short form content and they can win like a prize or something if their video is selected. But what's not supposed to happen is, number one, for there to be like AI generated content in those promoted materials. And you're also definitely not supposed to use someone else's face without their consent or permission. This streamer says that is exactly what happened with him. As you can see, it was pointed out that the first of the videos in the montage appears to show streamer Daniel the Demon, but his voice appears to be different. And he said that he didn't make the videos promoting the game. He has no idea what the videos are. He didn't talk about that. Like, he has no idea what's happening. And this is the AI video in question. Hold on.
Invading. I'm going to defeat it with my new Descendant Nell. She's a telekinetic powerhouse who can mark enemies for extra damage and support allies with shields and increased coverage. Click the screen to join the game now.
The first Descendant makes every...
Like, shocker, that's not him. It's a really bad AI, like, dub, but that's not him. He didn't give consent to it, and they used it to promote on their official account the game.
Wall Crasher is invading. I'm going to defeat it with my new Descendant Nell. She's a telekinetic powerhouse who can mark enemies for extra damage and support allies with shields and increased coverage.
Like, the game is pretty good. I don't know why they're doing this. This is crazy. Like, this is actually ridiculous. Also, sorry, my mouse pointer is freaking out today. I don't know what the deal is. It's like freaking out. It's just like, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. But I don't know what the deal is here. I mean, they can say, well, we didn't realize it wasn't him. It was just a short, like content, short format content submitted by somebody else claiming to be him. So we thought it was him submitting it. And we didn't know. It's like, okay. But I feel like any adult could realize that that's AI generated. Nobody thinks that this is his actual voice. I've never seen the streamer before, and I can tell this isn't his voice.
Is invading. I'm going to defeat it with my new Descendant Nell. She's a telekinetic powerhouse who can mark enemies for extra damage.
His lips aren't even matching his words. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? As you can see, the second, third, and fourth AI ads use entirely AI-generated people, but this one was him.
Full of energy. Speed through the vast Axion plains on your hoverbike with battles so intense they'll make your heart race. Team up with 7 others to face powerful bosses, and the new hero Nell's telekinetic powers make the fight even.
Update the first Descendant now. You can claim your boost up rewards for free. This is the world's most popular shooter RPG, offering an
We're cooked, chat. We're cooked. We're cooked. But this is like, I think what's happening is that there's some of these marketing agencies who really think that the average consumer can't tell the difference between AI generated content and real content. So they're like, hey, if we just do an AI generated dude that looks like a streamer and have him say all this stuff, we don't have to pay a streamer with like a reputation or an audience to do it. And we could just passively do it. And this is why, like, on short form content, this might work, because short form content, it's what's called, what is the actual term? It's like unelective or inelective. It's something like that. Basically, like, YouTube is an elective entertainment platform. You elect to watch a video from a certain person. You're like, I want to see a video from this person. I will click on that video. And so you intentionally are choosing to engage with the content from that creator at that point. You see the thumbnail, you see the title, you choose to engage with it. On TikTok, on YouTube Shorts, it's different because you're just scrolling. And so it's served to you whether you want to watch it or not. And so the idea is you can use AI generated stuff like this, and the viewer doesn't know who this guy is because he's not, like, he doesn't exist. But they see it and they're like, oh, it must be a streamer I don't know about that really likes this game. Okay. And they're hoping that if they serve that to you 10, 15, 20 times, that eventually you'll just start to think, a lot of streamers like this game, I should go check it out. It's like a sneaky, kind of, in my opinion, slimy way of doing it, as opposed to just like actually hiring creators to make content for you, but whatever. This one also, like, it has the Mr. Beast mouth movements. Like, why is he moving his mouth so much?
And gather an 8-person team to challenge the colossal boss, Wall Crasher. Tap the screen and get the game now. Hey guys, the massive F2P update of the F2P loop.
They all have the same voice.
The first Descendant has launched spectacularly. In it, you play as a Descendant, ride a hoverbike to explore the brand, new area of Axian Plains, and can also team up with teammates to fight against the boss.
This is a company, I'm pretty sure Nexon is worth billions, I think, if not hundreds of millions. But like, this is not a company short on cash. They're choosing to use AI ads because they think that it can save them some money and cut corners. And maybe they're right that the average consumer can't tell the difference, but I feel like there's no way that somebody sees this and like actually goes, okay, now I'll try it. Right?
I'm going to defeat it with my new Descendant Nell. She's a telekinetic powerhouse who can mark enemies for extra damage and support allies with shields and increased coverage.
Like, there's no way that that actually converts into sales. There can't, like, there's no way. There's no way. I don't get it, man. What he said was, I have no affiliation or contact with the first Descendant. They stole my face / reactions from my most recent viral video and used AI to change what my mouth says and a voice that isn't mine. I did not consent for my likeness to be used. Publisher Nexon has made a statement addressing the situation, saying the ads were submitted by users as part of a TikTok creative challenge, which TikTok describes as a, quote, official creator monetization program that turns your creativity into cash by creating UGC style ads for your favorite brands. The statement claims the ads somehow got past TikTok's own copyright violation checks and were approved as advertising content as a result. As part of our marketing campaign for Season 3 Breakthrough, we ran a creative challenge program for TikTok creators, which allows creators to voluntarily submit their content to be used as marketing materials. All submitted videos are verified through TikTok system, so they're saying it's TikTok's fault. However, we have become aware of cases where circumstances surrounding the production of certain submitted videos appear inappropriate. Thus, we are conducting a thorough joint investigation with TikTok to determine the facts. Dude, like, if I found out, and I'm not this streamer, okay, so I'm not Daniel the Demon. But if I found out that a big game publisher was using my likeness to promote their product without my consent and without compensating me, I would sue the shit out of them. Okay? Because it reflects poorly on him as a creator, because the average person is not going to read this article. They're not going to see that he didn't consent to this. They're not going to see that this was taken without his permission. They're just going to think, oh, this streamer liked it. And they maybe did, but they didn't consent to this being used. And, it's the same reason you can't use, like, Robert Downey Jr.'s likeness in an AI ad to promote your product. You can't do that. That's not allowed. Like, in what planet would that be allowed? So yeah, I'm daring them. Please try. I understand they're saying a user submitted the clip. I get that. Basically, they hold a competition You're on TikTok, you submit a video being like, I love the first Descendant. This is my gameplay. Oh, wow, it's so fun. And then they select that and they put it in a montage with a bunch of other clips. That's fine. I like that idea. But ultimately, they are still responsible for verifying that it's not stolen content and it's not like unusable. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if something like this, especially if he goes through with it, which I would encourage him to investigate because you can't do this. It will set a precedent and they'll probably shut programs like this down and not do it anymore because this type of thing is only going to happen more and more and more. Whoever submitted this clip, I guarantee you probably also submitted all of these under different account names. What a framing too. They framed him right. That's good. I'm guessing whoever submitted these, it was all the same people on like a big AI production farm that was just pumping through these and submitted 10, 15, 20 of them and got through whatever checks. Because they're right. It didn't like flag any copyright problems because it doesn't seem to contain any copyright infringement besides using the likeness of the streamer in question. But still, it's unacceptable. And I'll tell you, Daniel, I'm just going to tell you in case you ever see this, you could almost certainly take this to an attorney and they would take it pro bono. There's a lot of meat on this bone. Just telling you. Okay. So if you're like, I don't have money to sue, that's okay. You don't need it. The rule of thumb with lawyers is that if you have an actual case, they will do it for free and they'll take the payment on the back end. If you don't have a case, they'll ask you to pay up front. So you should be able to find a lawyer who's willing to take this. I'm just saying. Something to think about. Because they stole your likeness, dude. That's not okay. It's not okay. And if you take this and you're like, hey, this is not okay, I'm seeking compensation, you can absolutely change the industry for the better because it'll make all of these companies go, ooh, we don't want that. And they'll be very cautious with it and not do this type of thing anymore. Christoph, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you. The lawyer tip. Oh, I mean, it's also just common sense. Like, if you have an actual case that's going to make like $10 million, any lawyer worth their salt who knows, hey, this is a slam dunk, we're going to make 10 million, they will take your case however they can. Because even if they only get 20, 30, 40% or whatever of the settlement on the back end, that's still a crap ton of money. So they'd rather do that and do it pro bono up front than, you know, miss out on the case because you couldn't give them 50 grand up front or something. Like, it's dumb. It's dumb. Most big law firms will work pro bono and get paid on the back end if there's an actual case. But it's why what do they phrase it as? They say like a free case consultation or something like that. So go meet with somebody. It's the way to do it. Ambergalist, I think. Thank you for the membership. Thank you. Glad to have you. Sir David, thank you for the 5. 2.5 hours of thoughts and a lot of thoughts. Lol, praise be. Yes, the Mafia critique video I just posted is a big girthy boy. Not biased. Thank you for the membership. Thank you. Zeke, thank you for the 5 as well. Studio and publishers are going to have to find a way to wrangle their art and marketing departments. Well, the problem with a lot of these companies is that they hire outside agencies, like marketing agencies, to do it. So, for example, like most big publishers for games, they're not doing the marketing for their game with like an in-house team. They're hiring a separate marketing team at a different company that manages it all in their local market. So, like if you're promoting, I don't know, what's a game I have on screen? Concord, maybe? Like you're promoting Concord. They don't, like PlayStation doesn't have a marketing team that specializes in Brazilian marketing and also European marketing and also like Australian marketing and US marketing. So what they do is they hire marketing agencies in each of those markets that know what they're doing in their specific area. And it's a lot of oversight to make sure they're all behaving properly. And And some of these companies will try to cut corners and go with like a cheap marketing agency, because what'll happen is they'll contact, say, 5 marketing companies and be like, okay, bid for us what you've previously worked on, the cost, what you're going to charge us, what your scope of work is going to be. Basically pitch to us what you're going to do and for how much. And some of these companies will try to cut corners and hire a cheaper marketing agency in one of those markets. And you can run into trouble because you end up with a company that's like, wow, they're so cheap. That's amazing. But they say they can make 50 TikToks. Wow. Okay. Slam dunk. And it turns out they're using that like AI generated slop that will have no conversion at all, like total waste of time. But it looks good to an executive sitting in an office somewhere that doesn't know any better. And it's been, I was talking to some of the marketing people at a very large multi-billion-dollar publisher at a press event like a year and a half ago. And this marketing person was saying how they were really frustrated that the executives only wanted to chase short form content. And they were like, our conversion rates are abysmal. And a lot of them don't even have tracking data. So like, you think you're scrolling on your phone, you see a TikTok for a game. If you're like, that game looks cool, what do? Typically, you'll swipe off that app, go over, open the Steam app, or you'll open the PlayStation app, or you'll just set your phone down and go onto your computer, and then you'll get the game from there. You're not clicking a link that tracks you and like, you know, saves the cookies or whatever to figure out that you converted from that. And so there's no data tracking on actual conversion rates or anything. The only thing that they're looking at is the fact that there's a really big number next to the view count, because like they, you know, the old saying is not that old, but the saying is that TikTok views are like Monopoly money. You know, it's they're easy to get, but they're not worth a whole lot. And so she was saying how she was really frustrated that they were having to spend so much time and money and budget on short form stuff because it wasn't helping actually convert sales. And the game they were trying to promote at the time ended up kind of flopping as a result, despite being a ridiculously expensive marketing budget and campaign. But it's the like age-old problem of a marketing executive that doesn't actually know much about the market that he's trying to market towards. He just sees that number's big. I like that number. That's a good number. I guess we'll do that. Plus TikTok is hacked so easy. They say, well, it's really easy to bot it, which is unfortunate. It's also really, really, really stupid easy to bot on YouTube Shorts. You guys have seen some of those like YouTube Short AI videos. It's so depressing, dude. It's like cat saves baby from, I wonder if I can find it. Cat saves baby from dog. And it's YouTube Shorts specifically. Yeah, it's these like AI generate. Like what the? I don't want like an actual video of a cat saving. But it's like these AI generated videos. Like what are we doing? But these videos are being generated in the thousands. What the I don't understand, dude. These are being generated in the millions, really. Wow. The millions upon millions upon millions. And all of the bot accounts and stuff that are publishing these videos, they're all going and they're all liking and watching each other's AI generated slop. What the? We're cooked, chat. We're cooked. We're cooked. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, all of it's really easy to bot. It's really easy to bot. I don't know if you've seen the farms, like the view farms that they have in like Russia and China. They have walls of old recycled cell phones that have like TikTok on. And what they do is they add the videos that people have paid to get boosted into a playlist. And then they have all of the like 5,000 phones on the wall on this like automated thing that watches that playlist of all the thousands of videos submitted, and it goes, and it's like, hey, I think TikTok counts a view after like 1.5 seconds or something. And so they'll have it play for whatever that amount of time is, 1.5 seconds, and then it scrolls. So it logs the view and then it scrolls. And they just cycle through it like that to farm views. Like, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. People will do that. Like, big streamers and like YouTubers and TikTokers will do it just to boost numbers and stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy. Whereas on like YouTube videos, the difference is like they don't just count a view after a second and a half. Like they'll watch to see if you're watching it for a full 30 seconds or full minute. If you're finishing the video, like they're much more stringent about it, for sure. For sure. Okay, we can talk about that. Let's see. What are your thoughts on the live service Horizon game? I think right now the odds are decently high that it'll launch next to GTA 6, which would be really, really funny if they dared to do that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think the art style is going to be a turnoff for Horizon fans. But I think the one real saving grace for it right now is that Monster Hunter Wilds has crapped the bed so bad that I think there's a lot of desire for something. I don't honestly know though if, like, I think if people who played Monster Hunter were into Horizon monster hunting, they would be playing Horizon. Like, they'd be grinding out challenge runs and stuff of that. But I don't think there's a lot, at least my gut tells me there's not a lot of crossover between those two audiences. But the live service Horizon game seems to be built like Monster Hunter, but with like a Sea of Thieves coat of paint. And it might pop off, might become the biggest thing of the year. Might not. Might not. But we'll see when they reveal it. We'll see when they reveal it. But I mean, I don't know. Do you see Bella Ramsey said? Hold on. Bella Ramsey Spider-Man. Is that real? The Last of Us star Bella Ramsey would love to play Spider-Man and make a heist movie with Pedro Pascal. I think maybe like a heist movie where we'd be robbing a bank together. Okay. I don't know. I could be Spider-Man. Tom Holland did a great job though, so maybe they do need to make a new superhero for me. I don't know. That seems jokey. But what's sad is I can't tell. You know, nowadays we're like, I can't tell if they're joking or if they're actually like delusional and serious. That's just where we are now. I don't know. Guess I'm gonna be a spider now. Thwip. Dude, I'd be so here for it. That'd be so funny. Imagine the memes, dude. Imagine the memes. I don't know. I don't really give a crap about superhero movies anyways, so I'd just be along for the ride, you know. I would be thoroughly enjoying it. I know some people would get massively triggered. I'd just be like, this is gonna be so stupid. I'm so ready. Oh, that'd be funny. Sean, thank you for the membership. Real quick, thank you for that. Brandon, also thank you for 33 months. Oh, baby. Says, don't let some random 20-year-old run your social media. They probably cook these up in like 20 minutes working from home in pajamas. Yeah. And I just think we'll talk about it. There's actually another, where is it? I had another story I had pulled up. I guess I'll pull it up here in a second. I guess I didn't open the tab. But there is a story specifically about how AI, the impact of AI is not going to be that big. It was actually Sean Layden who was talking about it. And he basically said, all of this AI hype, the reason you have companies trading on crazy multiples that they are right now is because everybody has just kind of assumed that AI will create massive cost saving, and it will also increase GDP, and it'll do all these magical things. Very similarly to how everybody talked about the internet during the dot-com bubble. And the internet did absolutely change the world, but it wasn't some magical panacea. People ultimately still had to go to work. People still ultimately needed to save money, and they spent money conservatively during market downturns. Like, it didn't magically change the universe, you know? It just didn't. But the way investors and Wall Street is behaving right now is such that you would think they just discovered unobtainium and fully automated Android, like slave labor. It's bizarre. Like, no joke, right now in the S&P 500, I think it's that NVIDIA makes up, just NVIDIA, as a share of the top 500 companies in the country. Just NVIDIA makes up more of a percentage than all utility companies, than all those essential companies that do electric, water, waste management, all of that. Like, that one company makes up more than that entire industry. It's like actually ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous. And it's getting to the point, I know some people are saying it's just too big to fail at this point, which they may be right. Like, if NVIDIA goes back to trading at a half decent multiple, or China reveals that they have some H100 chip competitor or something, like, NVIDIA overnight could plummet, and that alone would send the market into a recession. It's a little scary that if one company has a really bad week, the whole market is going belly up. But that's how it is. When the AI bubble bursts, a lot of companies are going to eat it. Yeah. It's just, the thing is, like, in order for a bubble to burst, the ultimate problem is, in order for the bubble to burst, there has to be some needle that pops it, right? There's got to be something that causes it to pop, some inflection point. And I personally think it's probably going to come from China. We've seen, if you remember the DeepSeek AI stuff, China revealed an AI model that was like fairly competitive with OpenAI's stuff, but it was way more efficient, and they trained it on way cheaper equipment, and they didn't need $500 billion of capital investment and stuff. And I think something like that is probably going to happen. I think China's going to reveal that they have some competitor to NVIDIA's chips or something, and overnight you could see NVIDIA just plummet off a cliff. Because seriously, like, right now, everybody agrees NVIDIA, their stock multiples are egregious. Like, it's actually insane. Where is it? Price to earnings is at 58. The other one is Palantir. Palantir is actually a Colorado company. It's a local company for me. But, like, Palantir, look at this. They're trading at a $570 or 571 price earnings ratio multiplier. Like, that's ridiculous. That's insane. Like, to put that in perspective, they probably should be trading down at like $15 a share in a normal market, but because they're AI and they have government contracts, they're trading up here. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. Everybody agrees they're not worth that much, but they still are. It's like actually ridiculous. It's actually insane. They're worth $400 billion, but nobody can really tell you why, other than they think that because they have like government contracts and they're AI, that's a magic mix to just become like the biggest company ever. Yeah. Anyway. All I'm saying is, not financial advice, of course, but, you know, it's probably a good idea to diversify, because everybody that's investing in the AI market right now is like, no, it's a bubble. The nice thing about a bubble is if you know how to ride it, you can ride that wave in to shore really easily and make a crap ton of money on the way up as it's inflating and exploding. But you have to know when to dive off the surfboard before slamming into a reef, you know, like you got to know when it's time to get out. And that's the tricky thing. Because if you're off by a day, you could lose absolutely everything, which is kind of horrifying. Mark Cuban, of all people, I don't know if you know this, but Mark Cuban from Shark Tank, the billionaire, used to own the Mavericks. He made his money in the .com bubble. So similar to the AI bubble, he made hundreds upon hundreds of millions. I think he technically made $1 billion in that deal. He sold his first company for like 300 million, but his second one, he became a billionaire. But it was specifically because he got Yahoo stock. Yahoo bought his company, and he hedged all of his stock that he had gotten from Yahoo and got out before Yahoo climbed a little bit higher, sure, but then it's like plummeted. And so he would not be a billionaire today if he had held on to that for another 3 weeks to a month. How crazy is that? You know? It's pretty ridiculous. But that's just how it works, man. That's how it works. Greed will crush you. You gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away with $5 billion. That's the key. That's the key. But it's tricky. Yeah, it's why I said he used to own the Mavericks. I don't remember who he sold them to. All I know is that he sold them, and then he was pissed at the direction they took the Mavericks, which is kind of funny. But how do you know all that? Degree, mayhaps? Well, actually, I used to work at Blizzard. You know, I was actually their first second generation nepotism hire. I don't know if you knew that, but too soon. Sorry. I got to touch on this real quick. I ate a Blizzard once. Yeah. So, okay. Late last week on Friday, right as we were ending the stream, somebody came into chat and they were like, Luke, did you hear they canceled Fairgame $? I was like, I did not hear that. And I feel like I would have heard that if that was locked in and like real, but okay. And I looked into it. And it's now since been updated. And basically what happened is that there were a series of unfortunate events. Michael Pachter, he has a podcast, and he does a lot of like industry analysis stuff and everything. And basically what happened is that he claimed a prolific industry analyst was speaking during his Pachter Factor, which is an awesome name for a podcast, by the way, Pachter Factor podcast. He said that Fairgames had been canceled. He said it kind of in loose terms, off the cuff. And it was in a broader conversation when he was speaking about Jade Raymond leaving the company. Because if you don't recall, basically what happened is they had held, allegedly, a play test earlier this year. And something happened at some point. As you can see, Bloomberg mentioned that unidentified sources have shown concerns about how Fairgames is progressing at Haven, which could be a contributor to Raymond's sudden departure. And it really sounded like Jade had been fired. This didn't sound like one of those situations where, you know, she just decided to retire after months of consideration. They said that like staff were informed about her departure by like an email, you know, it wasn't a thing where she came into the studio and said, guys, tomorrow's my last day. I'm going to miss you guys so much. She just didn't show up on Monday, basically, which sounds like you got fired. It really does. The dollar is gone. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry, not sorry. I really think I may have had something to do with that. I'm sorry. But you put a $sign at the end of Fairgame, it looks like Fairgame $, okay? It's so obvious. It's such a layup for the memes. I'm sorry. It's just funny. It's just funny to me. And now they're like, it's not Fairgame $. Now it's just Fairgames. Or what I've also seen is the upcoming game, Fairgames, and then in parentheses, stylized with a $sign. I was like, if you ever have to have a parenthetical after the title of your product, something's gone wrong. Like, imagine if it was like, they do this with MacBooks as well, to be fair. If you try to order through like Best Buy, it'll be like Best Buy 14-inch MacBook Pro or 16-inch MacBook Pro 2026 model or 2025 model or this or that. And so they specifically clarify what it is because the name isn't clear. The name doesn't help you as much as you need to, right? And in this case, it's the same thing. But she left suddenly as a co-founder of the studio, which is very weird, before the game has even been released, because bear in mind, this is their first project. Haven was founded to release Fairgame $sign. They haven't put it out yet, and she's already gone, which is bizarre. But she was booted out, seemingly. And now I think it's fair for somebody to assume that they've gone radio silent. It must have been canceled or something, but it doesn't actually look like that's what's happened, okay? This is what led Michael Pachter to make the claim about Fairgames, stylized with a $sign, jumping to the conclusion that the game must be canceled as the studio's founder has departed the business. As Pachter's statement spread like wildfire on social media, the analyst was contacted by Destin, shout out Destin, friend of the channel, Legare. I forget how it's pronounced, but I always make it more complicated than it needs to be. I do remember that. He said, quote, "I misspoke. I said Jade was let go and assumed it was canceled. I have no info on that game at all. Feel free to quote this. I truly don't know." So all this news was spreading like wildfire across the internet, and it apparently was literally that he just off the cuff, off the dome was like, yeah, so I vaguely remember the studio founder was fired and got booted out, so I think the game's canceled. This is basically what happened. Was not an actual leak or anything. It was not corroborated by anybody else. It seems like it's still in production. As you can see, earlier this year, it was claimed that Fairgames had been pushed back to 2026 as early testing phases started cropping up. The game, which was revealed in 2023, will be Haven's first title, and it's expected to be a typical live service shooter under the PlayStation banner because those have panned out so well in recent years. When it was revealed, I wrote, quote, "It's poised to offer up a fresh multiplayer gaming experience with players having the ability to launch intense, ambitious heists with their friends while fighting to secure riches against other players in the same environment. It looks bright, it looks innovative, and it's the first new IP from Haven Studios." To be fair, it's the first anything from them. And allegedly, they're still working on it. But I will say, it's not a great sign if people just, without evidence, say your game is canceled and everybody believes it and goes, oh, it's not great. It's not great. What I've said on stream for everybody to see, I think what they should do is they should like own the meme. I think they should get back in here and just do a full reset on the marketing, because that trailer wasn't very good in my humble opinion. And I think it was kind of cringy, because even if, and this is the age-old problem for like modern marketing in games, it's so bizarre that this is such a consistent problem. But like, I understand that we have low-level employees down at the bottom of the pyramid that are not making millions of dollars a year. They're struggling to even pay rent. They might be living with other devs in the studio. You know, they might be bunking in the same apartment, you know, as roommates. They're not getting rich. And so they may pitch the idea of a game together as like, you know, an eat the rich, down with corporate, you know, billionaire class, whatever. I get that. I get how they can say that, and for them it's not hypocritical and weird. But the thing is, you're making a product as part of a massive like corporation that is worth billions of dollars, and the success of the product is going to be funneled upwards into the corporation. And so when you make a game that is like eat the rich, down with the billionaire class, and you're charging presumably like $40-50 for it, and it's being released under a multi-billion-dollar company's publishing arm, like, it just looks weird. Like, it just feels hypocritical and bizarre. I understand the people physically making the game are not billionaires. I get that, but it's still being sold on behalf of a multi-billion-dollar company, you know? Like, it just doesn't work. It doesn't click. And so it's the same thing with, like, you know, if you see a company that has, I don't know, maybe like a massive like a tobacco company that's like, we're going to donate money to cancer research. And you're like, I appreciate that individual employees like within your company want to help fight cancer. That's great. But your product literally causes cancer, you know, like it's always, even if individuals within the corporation have really good intentions within the broader context of what's going on, it still feels weird and it's bizarre and it comes off as hypocritical. And so the jokes write themselves, you know? And so I just think that, you know, Fairgames as a concept and as a pitched product was always going to be like viewed at in this kind of weird, cringy way, because it just feels out of touch and bizarre for a multi-billion-dollar company to be releasing a product that's all about like doing heists against billionaires in their mansions and stuff. It just feels weird. It's just odd. And it also feels very pandering, which is something, as we've seen, the gaming community does not tend to like. They don't like pandery stuff. Specifically when companies are trying to pander to this like imaginary, quote unquote, modern audience of like, I guess people that just look straight out of the Saints Row reboot. Like they think that there's people like that out there buying games in droves, but those people don't exist. Maybe they're at some like liberal arts college or something, but I like Saints Row reboot, that cast of characters would be the most insufferable people on your campus if you went to college with them. Like nobody would want to be their friends because they're so obnoxious and annoying, but they pitched it and wrote it as if they were like cool and hip and fetch. And this was pitched and being framed in a similar way. So what I think they should do is just own it, come back and be like, so that was cringy. Let's try again. And you literally start the trailer like that. You make fun of yourself in it. You go a little outrageous and silly. Don't double down. Don't double down. I think the impulse is to double down and be like, no, we're proud of what we've made. It's like, okay, I understand you've worked on it a long time, but ultimately you're making a product to sell to people. And if people saw a glimpse of your product in that trailer and didn't like it, you need to reframe it, you know? You got to reframe it. Anyway, but we'll see what happens with it. They say it's still coming, but next year, and this is why next year we very well could get the Horizon Online game from Guerrilla, which looks like it's Monster Hunter meets Sea of Thieves. We should be getting Marathon either late this year or early next year. We should also be getting Fairgame $, and we very well could also get the NCSoft Horizon MMO thing, but that may slip into 2027, which is another Horizon MMO game that they're working on, and probably one or two other live service games that are in the works. It really looks like they're just swinging for the fences with the live service stuff. And out of those, what are the odds that those pop off, right? Like, we've got, Fairgame $, call me a cynical a-hole. I don't think the odds are super high that pops off. Marathon, I don't think the odds are super high that pops off. There's a chance, sure, but I don't think it's, I wouldn't put my own money into it. Like if they were asking me for investment, I wouldn't put money in, if you catch my drift. The Horizon game, I don't know, man. I don't know. As you guys know, I know a die-hard Horizon fan very well. And even he's like, when we talk about the Horizon live service game. So I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. This is what you get with Jim Ryan. He spent, at this point, I think his legacy is having spent $4 to $5 billion on games, and they have Helldivers 2 to show for it, which is really funny because it looks like Helldivers 2 they didn't even expect. They didn't even expect that to be that popular. It's literally when they don't try that they pop off. But what are you gonna do? To be fair, if they find a cure to cancer, it's going to be good for the smokers too. That is true, Carl the One. Yeah, if they can find a way to fix the thing that they created a problem for, that would help. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I like how you have been misled. I was struggling to pronounce Destin's last name, Legari or Legeri, I don't know. And he just goes, it's pronounced, and then types it out again. That's funny. That's funny. Okay, where did I leave off? Jim Ryan screwed Sony for an entire gen and effed off with hundreds of millions. I don't think he had hundreds of millions personally. That is a lot of money. And so I don't think he had that. Probably tens of millions, but I don't think hundreds of millions. I don't think so. Oh, is the stream giving people problems? No, for some people they're having problems. On my end, I'm showing no drop frames, no problems. Twitch looks like it's fine as well. So maybe try refreshing. Weird. Okay. Okay. Let's touch on this. Let's touch on this. News on it. Also, Jimmy Riddle, thank you for the sub with Prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And also Kitty Cat, thank you for that. Resub. Ooh, yeah. Thanks to Loxy for my gift, for my sub gift. Hope you had a good weekend, Luke. Celebrated my birthday over the weekend. Went to Red Lobster for supper to indulge on lobster tails and crab legs. How was it, Katie? How was it? I've been getting some like ads and recommendations for Red Lobster. I know they got a new like CEO and everything. They do the crab boil thing. It looks way better. Was it good? Was it good? Because if Red Lobster is good now, I'm here for it, dude. I'm here for it. I enjoyed it a lot. Okay. I might need to go. Because I mean, for a while, Red Lobster was like kind of scary. It was like kind of go at your own risk kind of place, you know. Didn't do the boiled bag, but it was dressed nice. I was dressed nice. Oh, fair. Yeah. You don't do the boiled bag if you're wearing something you care about. There's no way to eat that gracefully. You know, it's gonna be messy. In the UK, you're having problems specifically with the stream. Interesting. Interesting. Weird. Stream is buffering like crazy. Just checked the Mafia video and it worked flawlessly. Weird. Well, we'll see if they can get it. If they can figure it out and chill out. That's bizarre. That's bizarre. Red Lobster biscuits slap though, dude. And they have, I wonder if they still have it. Last time I went was a few years ago, and I ordered like, I think it was a blended margarita or something. And dude, the cup was like this big. It was like a martini glass, but it was like scaled for Andre the Giant. It was awesome. It was awesome, dude. Yeah, so apparently people are saying they're having better luck on Twitch. So if you're having trouble on YouTube, you can pop over to Twitch and watch there. Whatever you got to do. Whatever you got to do, my friends. Whatever you got to do. I will say that this next segment is going to trigger some people, okay? So buckle up, because there's going to be some hardcore denialism in the chat. Get ready. It's going to be funny. Are you ready? I'm always ready for this. I'm always ready for this. Okay. News segment. Okay, buckle up, everybody. This one is gonna upset some people who I've tried to be clear. I've tried to be as clear as I can be. Assassin's Creed, even if you hate it, has massive casual appeal. There's a ton of people who are not the most hardcore gamers. They're not playing every narrative game. They're not playing every sort of RPG that drops. They might buy 2 or 3 games a year and they play the crap out of them. Assassin's Creed has massive appeal within that community. Hell, even one of my buddies who just had a baby, he didn't have the baby, his wife did, to be clear, but he just had his firstborn child. Really cool, exciting for him, clap clap clap. But he's been playing AC Shadows, and that's been like his game that he plays on. I think he said he plays on a Steam Deck while like watching the baby, and the baby lays on his chest and he just plays. Like, that's his game that he plays right now. And you know, he plays a handful of games, but he's not what I would consider like super hardcore playing everything. And that's where these games tend to excel. And the latest data coming out of some reporting from Christopher Dring is actually that AC Shadows is the #1 new game of 2025 in all of Europe. It's actually surpassed Monster Hunter Wilds as well. In Europe, it has popped off. Now, part of this is because unit sales are easier to track in Europe. You may remember in the UK, they get to track hardware sales much more directly. And I don't exactly know why. Maybe it's like EU regulations that require fuller disclosures, but they're able to track it much more closely than you can in, say, the US, where they won't typically disclose numbers. But as you can see, Assassin's Creed Shadows was Europe's best-selling game, a new game of 2025, beating competition from Split Fiction, Monster Hunter Wilds, Mario Kart World, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. In data shared with the game business ahead of Gamescom 2025, 71 million PC and console games have been sold across major European markets this year, data up until July 28th, which is a drop of 6% over the same period the year before, which tracks. I mean, people I think are being like they're pinching their pennies a little bit more. This includes 52 million digital sales, down 3% year on year, and 19.7 million physical games, down 9%. And that's unfortunately for physical games preservation been the tale for the last like decade, is that every year it drops by like 10%. Like the percentage of people that are actually buying physical copies, it's just plummeting. Everybody's going digital. Because it's more convenient. Ultimately, I think that's really what it comes down to. The information comes from GSD, the official European charts company that tracks sales of PC and console games across the continent, including both digital and physical games. You can read more about GSD below. In total, 74% of PC and console market across Europe was digital, which is up 2% over the same period the year before. And here it is right here. AC Shadows may have been the #1 new game, but it wasn't the #1 game. The actual best-selling European game, this is not shocking at all, of 2025 so far is EA Sports FC 25, which technically released at the end of 2024. Because you guys over in Europe love your football. You love your football. I don't know why. I assume you all kind of talk like this. Like your German Wang Lederhosen, but I like it. I will say, when we went to Disney World back in May, we went to the Biergarten, and the Biergarten in Disney World is really cool. It's at Epcot. It was really, really cool. And I didn't realize they did this, but they have like exchange students from around the world that work in each of the areas of the park. So like in the German area at the Biergarten, they have actual German exchange students who are like working for the summer at Disney World or for a year at Disney World. And it helps them learn their English, and they get paid, and they do all this. They get to live in America. And then they get to, on their name tags, they have their name and which part of Germany they're from. It was really cool. We went over to like the Frozen Land, and they have people that actually are from like Finland and stuff there. It was really cool. I was like, this is genuinely cool that you have people from the place that this is meant to mimic, it's just cool. It's honestly kind of cool. But our server, very, very nice. He was very sweet. And he had like the most stereotypical German accent. It was very funny. It's like, oh yes, I will get you your Coca-Cola, and I will get you your beer. I have some darker beers, some darker ales for you if you would like to have a look at them. It was very funny. And it was fun. It was a very good time, honestly. Tipped him well. Anyway, what does that have to do with this? Germans like football, I think, is the takeaway. In the battle for RPGs, Monster Hunter Wilds number 7 beat out strong competition from KCD2 at number 10, Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered at number 11, and Elden Ring Night Reign at 13. There is one RPG missing from the list in the form of Clair Obscur Expedition 33, and this is because the game publisher doesn't currently share data with GSD. But it would be really fascinating to know where they landed and what their numbers were. The best-selling new IP for this year is Split Fiction, which was published by EA and, of course, developed by Hazelight. The game impressively reached number 6 in the European chart. Hazelight's previous game, It Takes Two, is also in the top 20 at number 14. That's crazy. It's still at 14. That's wild. I guess I gotta ask. In Europe, is like couch co-op really popular? Is that like a big thing? Because I feel like in the US, it's dropped off a lot. Like, it used to be a really big thing. Now it's all digital online stuff. But maybe it's extra big in Europe. Maybe. I don't know. KCD2 lost. Well, here's the thing. Being on this list at all is very good. You can't complain about being on this list. Being on this list in any capacity represents millions of units. Millions and millions and millions of units. So even though like KCD2 is number 10 underneath Mario Kart World, that's still a phenomenal
Snack donated $20
result.
through Super Chat. You might have spoken about this before, but I'm curious to hear your opinion on it. But do you think gaming going mainstream is a net positive or negative in the long term for gaming? Like MTXs are a losing battle, for example.
First of all, thank you for the very generous $20 super chat. That's ridiculous. Thank you. As for whether going mainstream is a net negative or net positive, I think honestly, if the industry is growing, it's ultimately a net positive in the long run. The danger, of course, is that in appealing to the mainstream, quote unquote, often the niche communities suffer because you don't tend to get as much focus put on them because everybody's chasing the big bucket of money that is in the form of the casual audience or, you know, the Call of Duty audience. But as we've seen also, even just this year, some of the biggest games are directly appealing to what others would probably consider niche audiences. Like the people that like couch co-op games that they can play with like their spouse or a friend or something. That's a relatively niche group of people compared to like the casual market of what most people play, which is like the Fortnites, Call of Duties, those types of games. Even something like KCD2, that's a very niche game. It's like a hardcore narrative RPG that's like grounded in medieval Europe. Like that it's not a mainstream game, I don't think. I don't think I would frame it that way. And it's the number 10 game. And so even though a lot of these games are about appealing to the mainstream, certainly, I mean, really, you could probably say that all of these are mainstream appealing games. Because the overall market is growing, every pot is getting bigger. And if there's somebody that can come in and provide a product to one of the niches that's under catered to, that just does a really good job of making historical RPG fans happy, that game can pop off and do really, really well. And as we saw with like Baldur's Gate 3, you can also occasionally see a game that would have been considered a niche game in any other year. You can see it pierce the veil of the mainstream and become mainstream because people get a taste of it and love it and eat it up. And that helps it grow. So I think ultimately, if the industry is growing, it's ultimately a good thing. It means more money is being poured into development of projects that both appeal to the mainstream and also projects that are more niche and undercapitalized and catered to. So I think ultimately it's a good thing. Things like microtransactions, I think ultimately have a way of sorting themselves out. Which is why, like I've said previously, I'm not too worried about things like NFTs. I'm not too worried about microtransactions. I'm not too worried about loot boxes in the grand scheme of things, because we make fun of them and we point out how stupid they are and we rage about them and we refuse to engage with them. And so companies scrape them out of their games. And look at the difference. I mean, 2017, every game had loot boxes. Even single player games like Shadow of War had loot boxes. And after we vocalized how much we hated it, they scraped it out. And they're going to try again. All companies do. They're going to keep pushing and poking, seeing what they can get away with. But, you know, I think gamers do not have a problem with vocalizing their frustrations. I think that's the one saving grace with how vocal we can be, is that if we don't like something, you will hear about it. And if enough people don't like something, it will be acted upon. And they will they'll walk it out. And even now, like, you'll see companies, their big selling point is specifically saying stuff like, you know, we're not going to have loot boxes or microtransactions in our game. That's a selling point now. You know, companies specifically saying we're not doing that like mainstream thing. So ultimately, I think it's probably a net positive. But I tend to be much more optimistic with the games industry in general. I feel like there's a lot of alarmism and stupid crap that happens. A lot of people who are just trying to be like doom and gloom and be like, the games industry is officially dying and I'm going to tell you all about it right after this sponsor. I don't do that kind of thing. You know, I think the games industry is bigger than it's ever been. It's still growing, though slower than it has in years past. And we are getting some amazing games every single year. And yeah, there's a couple very visible flops that come along as well, but there's also some remarkable, incredible games that come out. So, you know, it's not always as dramatic as that one guy on TikTok or YouTube may make it out. You know, sponsored by Blue Chew. Dude, do they sponsor people? I wonder. That would be really funny. My favorite is when somebody's trying to have like a serious video and it's like, it's always the like political grifter types and they're like, this movie is a pile of garbage and it shows that this company hates Americans. Now quickly, I want to tell you about my sponsor, Go Hard, the supplement company that gives you longer lasting vitality for hours in the bedroom. It's like the most ridiculous sponsor you've ever heard of. And it totally like throws out all credibility they had. It's so funny to me. Yeah, buy my coffee too. Anyway. Going back to this. Thank you again for the super chat. Very, very generous. I'll catch up on the other super chats and stuff in a moment. Don't worry. But the point is, with this, being on this list, you should be happy. Like, there's no complaints on this list. If you're here, it means your game sold millions upon millions of units. You are making ridiculous amounts of money. You're doing very, very well. So even though we could be like, oh, KCD2 is at number 10. Dude, they're number 10 above even like the Oblivion remastered remake thing. They're just under Mario Kart World, which basically sold a new console by itself. You have Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Monster Hunter Wild, Split Fiction, like some amazing games higher on the list. You're in good company, okay? But the big thing that people will probably find surprising is AC Shadows, because a lot of people, and I've been saying for months, I was like, it will still sell millions. I was saying at the end of last year, after they delayed it to initially Valentine's Day, and then they delayed it, of course, again after that to March. But I was saying even back after the first delay at the end of last year, it still will sell millions, even with like all these scandalous things, all of the outrage and the people making videos about how insensitive it is and all this. It will still sell millions. Because the vast majority of players who will buy a game like that are not watching YouTube videos about how AC Shadows is too woke. Like, they're not watching YouTube videos raging about it. They're just going into Best Buy or Walmart or Target, seeing the game, or they see it on their PlayStation dashboard and like, oh, a new Assassin's Creed? I didn't even realize there was one, and they buy it. It has massive mass market and casual gamer appeal. And that's just, you know, it goes back, I think, years. Of course, it's a approaching 20-year-old franchise. We're getting close, but it's a franchise that is very storied. People have been playing them for a very long time. So people are very familiar with it. It has great brand recognition. They also a lot of things that more casual gamers care about, like high fidelity graphics. AC Shadows does have that. Like, it just does. Okay. Like, I find some of the gameplay lacking, certainly, but it does look really good. It's a very pretty game, and people like that when they're buying a video game. And for a lot of people, it has a lot of content. Like, it's a big game, and that also for a lot of people is perceived as bang for the buck. It's viewed as value. So it's like, oh, I'm going to get 60, 70, 80 hours of gameplay out of that. That's awesome. Yeah, that's a great value. And so they buy it and they eat it up that way. And, it's all of this is just, to me, it seems relatively obvious, but I think there's been a lot of discussion over this stuff, specifically with AC Shadows, where people just got into their bubble and thought that it was going to be a colossal flop. I think it was like last week we had somebody come in here and ask if AC Shadows flopped. No. It did not. It did not. Did it make Valhalla money? I don't think so. But Valhalla was an exceptionally successful game for them. It was freakishly successful. But AC Shadows seemingly has been doing pretty well. Do you think it made a profit? I don't know at this point. All of these Assassin's Creed games are designed to have a long tail on them and to generate a lot of revenue long term. All that Yves Guillemot, the CEO, has said is that AC Shadows cost over 100 million euros to make. Now, the eagle-eyed and eagle-eared among you may realize over 100 million euros could mean 100 million euros and 1 penny, or 1 cent, I guess. Or it could mean 400 million euros. We don't know, because all he said was over 100 million euros. So we don't know. We know that the delay from like whatever the initial date was, November, I think it was, to February, represented about $25 million US. And then another delay probably tacked on another 5 million euros in delays and costs. So the delays definitely, made it more expensive and increased the overall price tag on it. But I think it almost certainly will break even and turn a profit, especially because these games tend to sell a lot of microtransactions through like cosmetics and stuff, and the people that play multiple DLCs. The first DLC is coming next month, I believe, almost exactly a month from now. And that, I wouldn't be surprised if it also generates a good amount of cash. So, I don't know the exact number. I mean, I could guess, but I don't know exactly if they have currently broken even and turned a profit. I don't know yet. I would just be making stuff up. Just be making stuff up. But again, the point is AC Shadows. AC is a massive franchise, and there's a reason why Ubisoft has 20,000 employees, and it's a company held up basically by AC, Far Cry, and Rainbow. And those three franchises can fund a close to multi-billion-dollar company. And it's because they're massive. Like, people love their Assassin's Creed. People love it. Even if they don't think they're masterpieces, they still love playing them and they still love eating them up. It's kind of like junk food, It just hits the spot. People like it. It's not healthy for you. There's not a lot of meat on the bone, not a ton of substance, but it serves the purpose, I'm in that camp. Well, and I don't think there's anything wrong for liking junk food games. Like, there's a time and place for junk food games. One of the, I think, dangers for people just in general is that if you start to only want to consume the 10 out of 10 filet mignon, you're going to go hungry a lot because there's not that many filet mignons available to people, which is why they're exceptional and why they're special when they do come about. But there's some people who, they act like if it's not a 9.5 or 10 out of 10, it's bad. And you're going to miss out on some really solid gaming experiences by that. Like there's some campy, weird, kind of clunky, weird games that are super fun and super like very, very worth your time and worth your while. They're not masterpieces, but they're still fun. They're still worth playing, you know? Like I still think for a lot of people, 7 out of 10s, those C grade games, C plus, C minus, those can still very much be worth playing. Yeah. To be fair, though, if you have a lower gaming budget, you may only want to buy those 10 out of 10s as well as few online games. Absolutely, Brody. Yeah, and that's why it's different for everybody. But also, those C minus games, C plus games that have some significant problems but are still solid in other regards. Those games tend to go on sale. They tend to be cheaper than the like masterpieces that stay at full price perpetually. So you can probably get 2 or 3 or 4 C minus, C plus games, maybe a B minus one thrown in there too, for the same price as like, that latest top of the line Nintendo game, So it's just a matter of personal preferences and stuff. Yeah. Danny, thank you for the 2. Here in Florida, my wife and I went to Red Lobster. It was sucks. Well, dude, you're in Florida. You could go to like an actual like seafood place. Here in landlocked Colorado, we don't really have that. Anything you're getting is like flash frozen, like it's all frozen seafood. Like you know what you're getting into. It's not going to be the freshest, most delicious stuff, but it gets the job done, But you've got actual seafood in Florida. You can go get actual seafood. Yeah, we go out to our oceans and we get Rocky Mountain oysters. Yeah. Yeah, it's fresh frozen. Exactly. Oh, man. Yeah, Florida's rife with multicultural cuisine. Dude, last time we were in Florida, no, it was a couple trips back because we go to Florida a lot. But we went to Florida for a wedding and maybe like a year or two ago. And we went to like an authentic Floridian crab house, whatever you'd call it, where they do the actual like bag boil thing. Dude. That was something else. So good. If you have the chance to go and do that, look up like crab boil near me, one of those places. It'll blow your mind. So freaking good. You get like, you literally put on the bib, the plastic bib, you put on your gloves and you go to town. It was baller. Come to Hawaii. Dude, when we went to Hawaii, we went to Kauai and we did the poke bowls. I'm not sure what the official pronunciation is, but yeah, dude, the poke bowls there, so good. So I love me some good poke. I do love it. Go crazy for it. Let's see, Rob, thank you for that one. How much do you think Sony paid the artists who had their work stolen by Marathon? I haven't heard anything about that since. They must have got the bag. No, I made a couple of stream segments about this and I tried to vocalize it. I don't know what bag they got, but I think almost certainly they were forced to sign an NDA about it. So we'll never hear about it. But I don't think they got enough. My advice was for the artist to go and hire a lawyer, refuse to talk to anybody from Bungie or Sony, and hire a lawyer to represent you, play hardball, and then you can settle during mediation or settle during court, and you'll get a lot more once you have a lawyer representing you. Because the lawyer's job is to get as much as humanly possible out of them. And the lawyer gets paid more if they get more out of them. If you go and talk, like, I don't care how smart you are, you will not get more than if you have somebody representing you doing those negotiations for you. So just go hire the lawyer, do it that way. Play hardball, refuse to talk to Sony's lawyers. I'm sure, I wouldn't be surprised if Sony hired like private investigators, found where that person lived and sent lawyers to their house to talk to them because of how much money was on the line. Hundreds of millions of dollars probably. And so I think that they almost certainly got a settlement or some sort of payment. But even if they got given like a $500,000 check or something, I'm just telling you, I think you could get a lot more. But like I said, I think the lawyer would have recommended waiting, staying quiet. You don't say anything. And then you wait until Marathon releases, and then you kick off the lawsuit, because then you have damages. Then you can say they made X amount of money off of me. But by bringing this up before the game released, there weren't damages yet. There wasn't like, you couldn't point and say they made this much money off of me. They haven't made a penny off of that person yet, you know? So if I were them, I would have probably gone to a lawyer, created a game plan, and then just not said anything until after the game released. If you're just trying to get a big bag, that's all I'm saying. Okay. But what if they don't make money at all? Even if Marathon cost 150 million or something to make, and let's say they only made 90 million on day one sales and stuff, that's still $90 million in revenue, not profit, but revenue they generated from, in part, the artwork of the artist. So yeah, not financial advice, just saying. Yeah. I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions. But yeah, I'm sure they got some settlement. I don't think it's anywhere enough or anywhere as high as it could have been. I think if they had played the lawyer game, they could have gotten a lot more. But maybe that wasn't the goal. Maybe they were like, I just want to be done with this. Some people, this is shocking to me, some people genuinely just don't care that much about like money like that. Even if you're like, hey, if you do it this way, you could get 5 million out of them, or you could do it the way you're doing it and maybe get 500,000 or 50,000 or 100,000, whatever it is. Some people will honestly be like, I just don't want to worry about it anymore. I'll just take the littler amount. Doesn't, like, it's bizarre, but that is honestly how some people handle it. They just don't care. Which, respect, props. With the lawyer, you're going after millions payout. Exactly. It's why if you ever have anything like this ever happen to you, it'll be awkward. You will feel rude, but it's your right to be rude in that situation. Get a lawyer and let them be rude on your behalf. Like, you just don't mess around with it, you know? Don't mess around with it. Yeah, lawyer TF up. There's a really good video. This is a throwback. Yeah, this video that went viral like 13 years ago. If you've never watched it, you should. I think I've pulled it up on stream a few times. And it's literally just a lawyer talking about how you should never ever talk to the police without a lawyer. And then they bring up an actual like police sergeant or something. I forget his exact role, or a detective later in the video. And he's like, yep, so I agree with everything he said. He didn't lie to you about anything. If you talk to us, we will use it against you. And it's really good. If you've never seen the video, you should watch it. It's very good. Yeah, the cops are not your friends. Always lawyer up. Yeah, no, I know multiple police officers. One of my good buddies just became a sheriff's deputy. Like I know some of these guys, and they'll tell you like, no, like when you're talking to us, we are trained to look for things to bring up later and look for reasons to poke holes in your story. Like that's what we do. That's what we do. And so just don't. Just don't. Have you played the Hell Is Us demo? If so, thoughts? Yeah, we've talked about it a little bit before. I find it very interesting. I don't know how it converts to a full like 30, 40 hour game. I love the no hand holding, like go explore, figure it out yourself vibe. I really eat that up. I like kind of hardcore games like that really respect the player's ability to think and investigate. So I do really, really like that. But I think I'm genuinely curious to see how it translates. Because it's one thing when you're doing a demo and it's like, okay, I played this little segment for 45 minutes, an hour, whatever it is. And this is kind of cool. I connected these two dots. That's cool. But it's a whole other thing when you're trying to investigate like over the course of 30 hours and keep track of stuff you saw 15 hours before, you know, it's going to be a different animal. So I'm very interested. I'm very, very interested. I'm going to keep an eye on it. Let's see. Christoph, again, thank you for the membership. Rob, thank you for that one. I just read that one, about them getting how much do I think they paid the artist? Yeah, I don't know. But if they did settle already, which it seems like they did, I don't think they settled for anywhere near enough. I think they should have gotten a lawyer, in my personal opinion. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. Either way, they signed an NDA. We'll never hear about it. But yeah, I think if they had gone through a certain series of hoops, they could have gotten a crap ton of money. Let's see. Again, thank you, Top Snake, for the 20. That's very generous. Thank you again. Ray Farr, thank you for the 5. Just beat Mafia Definitive Edition, and wow, what a game. I love the story of 3, but the game, I'm replaying 2, but finding lots of bugs. Buying Old Country soon. Yeah, dude, Mafia, the franchise is so good. Oh, I love Mafia. The Iron Broken. I can't read. The I3 Broken. It broken. I'm not sure. My brain is breaking trying to read that. Thank you for the 2. Have you played Hell's Dust demo? I just read that one. Thank you again for that. Seth, thank you for that super chat. If she did sue, would that hurt her brand? I don't know. I think right now everybody is rooting for anti-real, so I don't think it would hurt the brand. If anything, it would just help the wallet, you know. But like, you have such a unique art style that everybody sees it and thinks Marathon the game because they took a lot of inspirations from it. And yeah, I don't know. Rockhawk, what a name. That's awesome. Did you see Bethesda's hired Veilguard's head writer as their own? I did not. Is that like revealed somewhere? Did they publicize that? Let's see. The Gamer. A former Bioware developer who wrote the most beloved parts of Mass Effect 3 has joined Bethesda as a senior quest designer. Former Dragon Age producer, Mark Dara. Interesting. And this is John Dombro. Who is this guy? And they found it through their LinkedIn. Interesting. Thank you for the recommendation. We gotta look at this. John dumb bro? You dumb bro? You dumb bro? Me dumb bro? Are we dumb bro? Bread one. I can't read. What is wrong with me today? Bread M1X, thank you for the sub with Prime. Thank you. And also the Marlin, thank you for the sub with Prime. And Mike loves brownies. Thank you for the sub as well. Connor J Godfrey 96, thank you for the sub as well. And the Pole 98, thank you for the sub. Jesus, guys, thank you. That's very nice. And also, Chanster says, Luke, can you take a quick look at the Far Cry TV series article Ubisoft posted in Ruins last week? Just a quick Google search. Interesting. Yeah, we can look that up. I can do that, and then we'll talk about this real quick, and then we'll circle back to that. Far Cry TV series article. Okay, I've got the article pulled up. Immediately pretends it didn't announce a live-action TV series. Oh, weird. I love unannounced things. When they're like, look! And then everybody looks and like, never mind! It's just like releasing your game and then unreleasing it into beta. Like, not split fiction. Splitgate. That's it. I was like, it's split something. Okay. Let's see this. It's pronounced Dumbra. Okay. Let's see. Okay. This is very interesting. News, Emma. Breaking news. One of the senior writers and the narrative designer on Dragon Age the Veilguard has been hired by Bethesda Game Studios as a senior quest designer. Ooh. Now, this is complicated, okay? This is complicated. It's not as clear-cut as that headline makes it sound. That headline sounds horrible. Okay? That's how I see the comments, the pukey faces, the Luke looking longingly, Luke sad emotes in chat. I see those. I get your feeling, okay? It's not that clear-cut, okay? There's a little more nuance because this guy is both responsible for some really good writing, but then he also has his name attached to some really bizarre bad writing at the same time. For example, he was also the senior writer and narrative designer on Anthem, which also is not great. But again, this is very, very interesting. It's very interesting.
Lo-Fi Lazy donated $10 through Super
Thank
Chat.
you.
People saying Veilguard had unreasonable expectations for not having 3 million engagement, but Expiration has that many sales in a month with a new studio with a new IP.
Oh, Expedition. I think it was just, well, first of all, thank you for the 10. Very generous. As for unrealistic expectations, also real quick, I gotta set this. I think the specific problem for this I'm gonna create a goal for super chats real quick before we continue with this segment. If we hit this goal, Todd gets to come out of the closet and join us on stream. Okay. If we don't hit it, that's fine. But I keep forgetting I can set goals. I think, though, to answer your question about them having unrealistic expectations, because EA said that they didn't meet expectations by hitting 1.5 million users engaged when they expected 3 million. I think it was just simply that maybe it's brand damage and they had accounted for that in some way, and they thought that it's possible that with everything it just wasn't reasonable to expect more, like 5-6 million. But I don't know. I don't feel like 3 million units was an insane number to ask for. So I think I agree with you there. I think asking for 3 million or expecting 3 million from Dragon Age is a reasonable number to expect. I think they maybe could have expected even more, but it probably was just limited because of brand damage, because they had screwed up Andromeda and then screwed up Anthem. So there was a lot of skepticism about that.
Donated $10 through Super Chat. We were all gonna die in WW3 before ES6 would have came out anyway. We aren't missing anything.
Yeah, nothing's gonna happen anyway. So. I think Expedition 33 also, that was a game that had some of the most potent word of mouth in recent memory. Like, there's not been a game that had that high of praise verbally among community members since probably Baldur's Gate 3. So it's very exceptional, and that's the danger with these types of things, is to look at the edge case of the game that is like a once in a decade type of release and be like, see, they did it, you can do it. And it's like, technically it's possible, but that was so exceptional and out of the norm, that it's really, really special, and you shouldn't try to gauge that for regular expectations, but I don't know. It's a good point. It's a good point. 3 million for an established franchise like Dragon Age from a AAA studio shouldn't be that far out of the realm of possibility, but yeah. Okay. Thank you for that, guys. Okay. So, what was I saying? Oh yeah, it's not as clear cut. So, again, it's not as clear cut as it makes it out to be, but it's still very revealing and interesting. Okay. So this guy, his name is John Dumbra, apparently. You guys have been trying to explain to me how to pronounce it because I'm bad at pronouncing things, but John, we'll call him John. John, he has a long history working for many established companies, but his primary experience was over at, as you can see, Telltale. He worked on Mass Effect 3. As you can see, it goes all the way back. So if we go here, screenwriter, Control Factor, The Sixth Extinction, The Hills Run Red. Then he worked at Petroglyph Games on Universe at War. And then he worked at BioWare for 3 years from November of 2009 through July of 2013. Senior writer on Mass Effect 3, was responsible for all phases of writing 3 major critical path missions in Mass Effect 3. Then he moved over to Irrational Games and was senior writer on BioShock Infinite Burial at Sea. He planned and wrote the quest and story script, coordinating with level design, art, cinematics to ensure narrative focus. Wow. What a pedigree. And then he works on Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 3 DLC, Mass Effect 3 DLC Citadel. He also then worked at Telltale Games for about a year, right on the adaptation of Game of Thrones. Okay. And then he was co-lead writer on Mass Effect Andromeda. Okay. Worked with a team of 7 writers.
Tara Rissing donated 10 euros through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Starfield 2 quests will now be about grabbing a coffee from another system and not assuming anyone's gender or soy and dairy preference along the way. Let's go chat, get Todd out that closet.
You forgot about the part where you have to yell at your mom randomly for no reason. You don't understand me, Mom. That's part of it. That's part of the quest. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. So co-writer on Mass Effect Andromeda, and then also, as you can see, just clipped off at the bottom here, also senior writer, narrative designer on Anthem. And then above that, he worked on Dragon Age Veilguard for 4 years and 8 months. Senior writer, narrative designer on Dragon Age Veilguard, writer of the Davrin story arc, including all missions and related character relationship romance scenes, and Asan. Writer of the Siege of Weishaupt mission, which is genuinely pretty cool. Initial writing on the Veil Jumper storyline and quests, and then the Lighthouse Player Hub narrative planning and design. And then he left in August of 2023. He left and worked as senior writer for 2 years on Ghost of Yotei. Senior writer for the game for 2 years. And now he's been at Bethesda Game Studios for days or even weeks. Now, this is really, really funny because just last week, I think on Wednesday, I was saying how I thought it was really, really bizarre how you never heard stories of like Bethesda hiring veterans of the industry and outside people. And I said specifically, I believe my exact phrasing was, if we found out that they had hired a writer that worked on like The Witcher 3 for Elder Scrolls 6, I would find that really exciting. I'd be really pumped about that because it would be a sign that they were open to new ideas from outside people who could come in and be like, we do things differently. We did this differently at this other studio. And I would find that exciting because it would show that they weren't just staying in their isolated bubble, which is one of my biggest frustrations with BGS recently, is that they pride themselves on staying very, like the people that work there have been there for a decade or 2 decades or 3 decades. but they don't tend to bring in a lot of outside people, it seems. They bring on outside lower level people, but you don't hear or read a lot of stories of like one of the lead writers on The Witcher 3 or on Baldur's Gate has moved over and is working on Starfield DLC. Like, you don't hear those stories. You hear stories of lots of people leaving Bethesda, but not a lot of people going in. And so this is genuinely very surprising, and the timing is impeccable because I was just whining about this last week. And I find it interesting. So for one, Ghost of Yotei isn't out yet, so we can't really judge the quality of that game's story yet. We just can't. As far as I can tell, it sounds like a fairly normal, straightforward revenge plot line, very similar to AC Shadows actually, but I'm open to it.
David donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Here's $10. I'm just waiting for Showa American Story. There are dozens of
There
us.
are literally dozen of us. Thank you for the 10, my friend. Thank you. We're getting closer to Todd coming out and joining us for this segment. I gotta light the candle too. I almost forgot. But so mentioning Ghost of Yotei, I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see what they do with it, but we haven't seen the game yet, so we don't know what the quality of that is. Maybe that comes out and the writing's horrible. Maybe the writing's amazing. We just don't know yet, right? What we do know is Dragon Age Veilguard. We know a lot about it. Too much, dare I say. Wish I could forget. Dragon Age of Veilguard was really interesting because parts of it were really cool. When we went to the preview event, what was fascinating was that they showed us like 3 key moments in the game while we were there, and they were genuinely cool. It was like literally decide the fate of this town or this city, and go and like your choice will either lead to this map being totally transformed and overrun with like the rot, or you can go here. I can pull on this. I just want some basic gameplay in the background while I ramble about this. And so they were like, you can actually change the fate of this city, and they showed us the differences in the actual environments. The environments totally change, quest lines change, all this stuff changes based on your choice, and that was genuinely very, very cool. They're like, yeah, you'll fight a different boss fight at the end of that chapter based on your decision. And then they showed us also another section from earlier in the game that was way darker and bloodier, and they said you choose the fate of this mayor who doomed his town, and you can choose to leave him there to die, you can kill him yourself, you get to choose. I was like, that also is genuinely really cool. And they showed us a couple of segments like that were super huge, like high effort set piece moments. And they said, this is just a sliver of what's in the game. Now, when we played the full game, we realized that was all of the cool stuff. And then the rest of the game was about 60-70% of its runtime. And that was literally like friendship missions. And so in order to like fight the final boss, they literally told you at one point, we need to work on our friendships. After all, if we're going to fight Galenane and Galganon, or whatever their names were, we have to be able to work together. So it was literally like, let's work on our friendships before we push on further. It was just bizarre. It was bizarre. But other parts, like the remnants of the darker, grittier RPG, seemed interesting. And that was the game that excited the press and media when we went to the preview event. And I think it excited the devs too, which is why they talked about it specifically. But it just turns out that wasn't what the vast majority of the game was. The vast majority was like a friendship simulator.
Ashen Warden donated $9.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
This isn't surprising, Luke. Look at the Oblivion Remastered release doc. The amount of hair dye and consumed calories there is very alarming and shows their motives there.
what does calories indicate about motives? Can you imagine? Like, we can afford all of the pastries we want. I just love the idea. Sorry, that's just funny. Anyway, I think, first of all, thank you for the 10. Very generous. I think what the ultimate like nail in the coffin was for Veilguard was, for one, dumbing down the narrative to the point where it literally became a friendship simulator. That for me killed it. I was like, I'm sorry. I lose all immersion in a game where like the world is literally ending in this game. Like it's literally ending. You're fighting dragons. You're fighting like elder gods who want to destroy the universe as you know it. And you are literally taking breaks to go and drink coffee with each other and go yell at Tasha's mom. And it's just, you lose all immersion because it's like the world is literally ending. Can you suck it up for 30 seconds? Like I was so desperate for a character to just yell at one of the companions, be like, grow up. Grow up. You are not in college. You are not in middle school. The world is ending. Shut up. Like I wanted so desperately for somebody to snap, but they just never shut up. They just kept going. And I think maybe the best, of course, the skill up line people bring up all the time where he said in his review, it felt like all of the dialogue was written with HR in the room. And I think that that's true. But also one of the really good descriptions I also heard was from JV, fellow YouTuber, friend of the channel as well. Really cool guy. And JV phrased it as, it felt like the dialogue was written by people who went to therapy a lot because there's a lot of therapy language used. And it's that sort of like, your feelings are valid and I appreciate you. We just need to find a way to move forward positively. And it's like that verbiage you would hear in therapy. But like 99% of the universe doesn't talk that way. We just don't, okay? If I see my friend doing something stupid or complaining while the world is ending, I'm gonna be like, shut the hell up. What is your problem? Can we focus up right now? Or I'll bust his balls a little bit. Be like, hey, you know, it's like the Michael Scott thing. Hey, you're poor. Oh yeah, well, hey, your mom is dead. You know, like that's what friends do is they bust each other's balls and they joke and they're stupid and silly. But in this game, everybody talks in this way that's like very, very artificial and clinical, and it's not how actual human beings talk to each other. Maybe it's the way that the writers' room talk to each other, but I think that that's part of the problem too, is that we saw it with the Saints Row reboot. We saw it in many, unfortunately, games like Forspoken, for example, where you're like, who is making these games? Who thinks that this is immersive and relatable? Like genuinely, who thinks and talks this way? And I really do think that it's because they are writing it to be relatable to people like them. They think that this is relatable because they are these people. So I look at this cast of characters, this gameplay from FA Games. I look at this cast of characters and I'm like, this is the most insufferable group of people I've ever seen.
Who helped you move your forged paintings last month?
Fine, 15.
What sort of waffle maker can I get for 35 bucks?
Presumably one that makes fucking waffles?
Hey! Hey! The wage slave is back!
How was your first day? Were the other mercenaries nice to you?
You know, as far as hired killers go, I'd give him a 7.
You look like you could use a mimosa.
Thanks, Eli.
Seriously, how's the job?
It's the murder business. The fundamentals don't change, just the uniform.
Yeah, I'm going to make you listen to it. You're going to listen to it. I'm going to make you.
I can tell you love it.
Okay. I don't have to love it, I have to pay my student loans.
I'm in.
So I'm guessing that means the pay's good.
Supposed to be. Got stiffed on my bonus today.
Dude, what the fuck?
I played a little fast and loose on the job, and, well, my CO wasn't a fan.
You gotta be kidding me.
Swear to God, this lady walked right off the set of an 80s action movie. I was half expecting her to call me Rook and threaten to take my badge.
I'm sorry. That one is especially funny because Saints Row, you know, we would go on to see Veilguard, where the character is literally named Rook. But, it's fine. It's fine. Caleb, thank you.
Caleb donated $10 through Super Chat.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, wait. Was I supposed to laugh? Sorry, was too busy looking for a 9mm lollipop to put in my mouth.
Jesus Christ almighty. Well, we're not done, my friend. We're not done, my friend. We have a little bit more.
Are we gonna make rent?
We'll make rent. We just gotta be a little more creative.
Last time we got creative, I got stabbed 3 times.
Hey, it would have been 4 times if Nina and I hadn't shown up.
It would have been 0 times if you were on time.
This is true. Look, this is really not a big deal. We just knock off a payday loan place. No one gives a shit if people rob those bastards.
You have a job now. You could actually just take the loan.
Eli, I don't do business with morally bankrupt companies.
You
It's so bad. It's so
Caleb
bad.
donated $10 through Super Chat. Bang.
Thank you. Jesus, Caleb. I almost said thank you for the bang, but then I realized that was a connection to the previous super chat. Thank you for the 10. Jesus Christ. Get some help. Get some help. It's okay. You'll make it through this. You'll make it through this. Oh my God.
worked for Marshall.
Brunch is a time for friends and mimosas, not debates on morality.
All right.
Man, this is really fucking good, Kev.
Thanks.
I realized I didn't turn the camera. I'm sorry. I was trying to spare you.
Worried I added too much pepper.
No, seriously, this is perfect. The only way this could be better is if you put on a fucking shirt.
Dinner and a show, baby.
Oh, please.
Many people had to watch that and go, it's great. It's awesome. Ship it. And I struggled for a long time figuring out why that was, how that could possibly happen. And I really think it just comes down to the fact that they think that some of these writers think that that's funny banter and that's witty and relatable because it is relatable to them. Like the average gamer doesn't talk that way. The average human being from this planet doesn't talk that way. But I think honestly, some of the people in those writers' rooms do talk that way and do behave that way. They walk into the writer's room on Monday morning eating quiche. One of them is shirtless because he has a waffle tattoo on his chest he wants to show off. And they ramble about the patriarchy and capitalism and morally bankrupt corporations while working for a massive giga corporation. And that's almost more horrifying, you know? They're terminally online. Yeah, it's probably a bit of that. It's also literally an echo chamber where they don't get any outside perspectives to just go, this sucks. And that's why it's like very interesting to hear stories of like BioShock 4, where apparently they had a review from executives and executives came in, saw the story review, and they failed it to the point where they fired a bunch of people, including the studio director. Like they actually cleaned house in there because they failed a story review. And it makes me wonder, what was that story like? Like if executives are like, this sucks so bad that we need to fire people, how bad was it? I'm very interested. But I think it's because a lot of this is starting to catch up with people. I really do blame Marvel for a lot of it, is that a lot of companies thought that like the Marvel writing of just, oh, I'm going to make witty banter and I'm going to make an off the cuff comment about how silly and funny I am. I'm not going to take anything serious. I'm just going to be super sarcastic the whole time. That's burned out so bad and people are so sick of it. But I think a lot of these games hired writers that wrote like that and people are just sick of it by this point, you know? But anyway, this guy, going back to this, the whole point of what we're talking about. The reason I say it's not as clear cut as Veilguard lead writer working on Elder Scrolls 6, that is technically true. He was a quote senior writer and narrative designer on Dragon Age: The Veilguard. That is technically true. And now he is working on Elder Scrolls 6. But he's also worked on some really good stuff too.
Lo-Fi Lazy donated $10 through Super Chat.
Lo-Fi, thank you.
Which one has a better chance at not being crap, ME5 or ES6? Both are going to be worse than games years before them in BG3 and KCD2.
Which one do I think is going to be worse? I think they'll be very different. Like, I think Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be the mass market, giga budget, like, monstrosity. I think it'll be huge. I don't think... Oh, no, Geralt fell. I I don't think Mass Effect will be that big. I think Mass Effect probably plays closer to like Outer Worlds 2 would be my guess. I think it's gonna be way more lean. So I think they'll just be different. Probably similar Metacritic scores though. There we go. There he is. There he is. There's the guy. There he is. That's the guy. That's good. It's good to see him. He's back. He's back. He's back. Okay. Sorry, couldn't hear because I was too far away. All of that to say, I think Mass Effect is going to be way smaller than Elder Scrolls 6, and I think Elder Scrolls 6 will be the much bigger project, so they're going to play very, very differently, I think. As for which is like better in terms of Metacritic score, I think probably Elder Scrolls 6 will get a better Metacritic score. Whether the community agrees on that is a separate question. Because, you know, Starfield doesn't have like a terrible Metacritic score. It has like a pretty solid Metacritic score from what I recall. Yeah, like 83. But you can see the community consensus on it is much lower. So I would guess that Elder Scrolls probably has a higher Metacritic score, but maybe the consensus among gamers might differ. But it's a good question. I honestly don't know. I don't know. But what was I saying? Do I talk to it offline? No, we don't do a lot of talking when we're offline. Not a lot of talking. Yelping, maybe, but not a lot of talking. But anyway, so like I was saying, it is technically true that senior writer for Veilguard is working on Elder Scrolls 6 now. That is technically true. But I think it's also important to provide context that he also has worked on games like Mass Effect 3. He's also worked on things like BioShock Infinite's DLC. Which one was it again? It was specifically the Burial at Sea DLC, dude. Like he's got a very strong pedigree, granted from like a decade ago, but he worked on Andromeda. Maybe he wrote the "My face is tired" line. That's a legendary line at this point. And now he moved over. He worked on Ghost of Yotei for 2 years, and now he's over at Bethesda Game Studios. I don't know what to make of it. I will say generally the best indication of somebody's capabilities to look at their recent work as opposed to their older work. So, you know, if somebody did something really cool 20 years ago, that's cool. But I think you should look at what they did 5 years ago and 3 years ago and 2 years ago and 1 year ago. I think that that's more indicative of what they're putting out currently. And, you know, we'll see with Ghost of Yotei. We literally don't know much of anything about the story beyond it's a revenge quest line where you're hunting down the killers of your family. But maybe the writing's going to be amazing. Maybe it'll be cringy and terrible. Who knows? But I will say this isn't the hiring I was expecting. The Davrin story arc, not bad, I'd say. It was far from like the worst one in the game, which isn't saying a lot, but that's one thing. Writer of the Siege of Weishaupt, that was an interesting questline. That's one of the ones that they showed at that preview event that excited people. It was one of the few cool moments in the game. So that's also cool. Initial writing on the Veil Jumper storyline and quests. Okay. Lighthouse Player Hub narrative planning and design. That's cool. Okay. So I think he worked on some interesting tidbits. I don't know how that took him 4 years and 8 months. I think it's because he was there when it was still a multiplayer game and then when it was being rebooted multiple times. But still, the headline is senior writer on Veilguard is working at Bethesda Game Studios now. buckle up. Could be really good. Could be really good. It's going to be interesting to see, though. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how this plays out. What's happening to my mouse? I don't know, dude. It's been doing this all stream. It's just been freaking out like this. If I highlight and then like put my mouse on something, it doesn't. See? It stops. But yeah, it's just freaking out. I don't know. Let's see. Silver Kitten, thank you for the 5. Did you see that Jeff Keighley post with his clown makeup? He's basically teasing Silksong. Also, off topic, have you seen K-pop Demon Hunters? I've not. My wife wants to watch it though, so we probably will in the next day or two, or probably by the end of the week. And then as for the Silksong stuff, I think the odds are very, very high we get Silksong shown tomorrow. Yeah, very, very high. I think so. So anyway, that's very interesting. Thank you again. I forgot who mentioned this initially. I didn't see this, but let's see. Let me just read a couple of these comments. Let's see. Out of this was posted on the Elder Scrolls. Jacob, you can include this in the clip too. But okay, if we look at some of the quotes and the comments here, I'm guessing 90% of the people reading this didn't play Veilguard, which is fair because it's mid AF. But Davrin's Story, The Lighthouse, and The Siege of Weishaupt are all fantastic. Yeah, The Siege is really, really cool. Davrin's Story is fine. Hearing he also worked on the romances is, I mean, the romances in Veilguard sucked ass, but not literally. That's the problem. They were like, it was seriously like a like a trip to Office Max. Like they were so not romantic. It was hilarious that they called them romances. Anyway, and The Lighthouse was kind of cool, underutilized, but still kind of cool. And I thought they were interesting. So he did work on good parts of Veilguard, or at least solid parts of Veilguard. If we saw that he was like responsible for running Tosh's storyline or something, then I'd be much more worried. But yeah, it doesn't seem like he was involved with that stuff. Everyone can have bad ideas, and I actually enjoyed Companions in Mass Effect Andromeda. It was just the protagonist and the alien races that fell flat for me. Fact of the matter is that it is someone with a lot of experience, and I don't think he can make Bethesda's writing any weaker than it's been for a long time. 97 upvotes. They're like, he can't make it worse. Which, maybe that's the key. Maybe that's the point. It's like, hey, it can only go up. So maybe it actually, would be good. It's interesting that he's coming in as a senior quest designer, not as like a senior writer. So he's not replacing Emil or helping Emil. He is working on quests, which is interesting because it means still the story will be up to Emil and Todd and everybody. So, he's not involved with that. That's interesting. This guy says can't edit the post, but here it is. I found this interview with the guy from 2012 on BioWare's official website of all places. The last question is gold. What are you currently playing or reading or listening to? I'm playing Skyrim, followed by more Skyrim. Very addictive game. So I'm sure for him, it's a dream come true to work on this. I mean, I'm sure that's a component of this. Let's see. Yeah. Very passionate about it. It's a welcome addition to Bethesda. Just because a person has bad games on the resume doesn't mean they're incompetent. It's wild that people are even concerned about that. I mean, it's that the one major fatal flaw within Veilguard was the writing. And so when people see that he's a senior narrative director, senior writer, on a game that was known for a terrible story, that's a concern. That's something to bring up. John also seems to have been primarily credited as a writer throughout his career, having even written some screenplays. Baldur's. It's a Freudian slip. I want more Baldur's Gate, apparently. Bethesda Game Studios desperately need devs who are more experienced with writing in general. Among the many positive highlights in his career, Dombro was also behind Garrus in Mass Effect 2 and 3, Yavik in Mass Effect 3, and the Genophage plot questline in Mass Effect 3. And Burial at Sea, which is also incredible. Dude's a veteran. Let's see. He's a writer. At least one of my very high expectations has therefore been met. So this new hire is good news to me. 20 years in the industry usually doesn't mean 20 years of pure gold. And this is a hell of a resume. Very happy to hear about the hire. That's what I call being a creative entails. Sometimes your work clicks with people, sometimes not. You cannot judge because of the subjectivity of it. I mean, I think if we're going to start going, you can't judge somebody's writing ever because it's subjective. That can be kind of stupid. There is good writing and there is bad writing. There are some stories that stand the test of time, some that don't. And I think ultimately, you know, art, unfortunately, and even writing also is still a business. Like, people buy it with their time, whether they're willing to read it if it's a book, whether they're willing to watch it if it's a movie or a show, and whether they're willing to engage with it if it's a game. And I think people tried, you know, Veilguard and found it wanting. But without a doubt, he's got a pretty stacked resume, and a lot of the stuff he has worked on has been pretty successful and major. Went through a bit of a dry spell there for like 8 years working on some stuff that didn't really connect with people, but he definitely has the resume to back it up. So interesting to see him now as senior quest designer. That's going to be really interesting. But okay, we'll keep an eye on it. But I think it's a good move to get more people from outside Bethesda in. I think it's a good move. I think this is a good step. Maybe get some people that worked on Witcher 3, get some people that worked on some other games known for really, really good stories, compelling narratives, get them in. And specifically put them on the writing team, not just quest designing team. But my guess is with this, specifically putting him as senior quest designer, he's going to be in charge of other quest designers. So their goal is probably to have more interesting quests tied to every single like side quest instead of just random tedium and stuff, which I think would be really, really good. Luke, you should critique Bethesda more. It becomes reality. They listen to you. Or I just talk about them so much that occasionally, you know, a broken clock is right twice a day. It is freaking hilarious that last week I was complaining about this and then this news breaks like days later. It is funny. It is funny. No doubt they were working on hiring him like a month ago, so I'm not saying that I had literally anything to do with this, but it is a funny coincidence. And it's something that I think they need to do more of. So, Sony's like the bully you most love. I can't quit him. Okay, thank God I can close the Saints Row reboot page. Let's see. Oh, I thought this was interesting too. I can talk about this. Okay, we caught up on that. Okay. Todd's literally behind you. He's literally listening to you. Yeah, he is. Would you rather go Reuben or ham and cheese? Reuben all the way. All day, every day. I love me some Reubens. Oh, I love it. News segment. I saw this story pop across my feed actually, and I thought this was genuinely really interesting. And I hadn't really thought about it before, but it makes perfect sense. So I want you to rewind in your brain back to 2012, okay? Back to the magical age of 2012. Life was simpler. We were all young, firm from push-ups and squats. Our skin was clearer or way worse, depending on your age. Teen years are messy. We had friends. We enjoyed life. Things were better. Everything sucks now. But also, Assassin's Creed 3 was about to release. And there was a director working on it. A guy named Alex Hutchinson, who worked on both Assassin's Creed 3 and Far Cry 4 before leaving the studio in 2017, just before the release of AC Origins. But he has since done an interview talking about the development process at Ubisoft during that period. And that period is really interesting because it's during the early days of the shift towards open world mania that happened for the entire PS4, Xbox One generation, where every franchise decided going open world was the key. Whether you look at Mafia, which went open world in that generation with Mafia 3, you look at all of these other games that started really revving up the open world components, even games like The Last of Us that started experimenting with really open levels like in Seattle, or something like the example I used in the Mafia critique that just went up today was God of War, where they started experimenting with these like wide open levels and then kind of spanning out almost like a spider web map layout. Very, very interesting. But it's just, this was the craze. Everything went open world. It was all about making the maps bigger and packing them with stuff. And this director from Assassin's Creed 3 talked about it and explained why this was done. Because you got to remember, there's always a key point in all of these actions. Making games bigger has a cost associated with it. So there has to be some payoff. They're not just making the game bigger out of the generosity of their heart. They're doing it because there's a business reason to do it. Nowadays, one of the reasons you make your game massive and live service with endless content is because the more people play your game, the less they're playing other people's games and the more money they will spend in yours. There's a pretty clear correlation in studies that have been done in the last like 5 years, where if somebody has, say, 500 hours in Marvel Rivals, they are way more likely to have spent money on cosmetics than the people that spent 100 hours in the game, which makes sense. I mean, they're more exposed to it, but it's also the more hours they put in, the more they can kind of shrug at the idea of spending money in the game for cosmetics or season passes and things like that. But back in 2012, that wasn't really a huge thing yet. And so why were they pushing open world mania at that time? Well, he talks about it in this interview. He says, quote, "At the time, there was a lot of pressure inside Ubisoft to keep the disc in the tray, to essentially try to delay resale at GameStop, was the only one making any money on that transaction. Or as GameStop was the only one making money on that transaction. Designers were being asked to add playtime, which seemed like the most pro-gamer solution to the problem in a franchise where multiplayer had never really worked." And this is such a simple solution to the problem, but it's also something you got to remember. 2012, that was an era where physical media was still king. People's internet was nowhere near fast enough to be able to like buy games and then download them within 10 minutes. You know, it just doesn't work. And so they had to find some way of preventing people from buying a physical copy of a game like Assassin's Creed 3, playing it over the course of 30 hours, finishing it and going, okay, I'm going to go trade it in at GameStop for $20 or $30 or $40, whatever they would give you, $1.50, whatever. And then rolling that into another game. Because every time that you trade a used copy of a game and somebody else buys it, Ubisoft doesn't get a cut of that used copy of the sale. They already made their money off of you, but that game could be played by 10 people over the course of a month or 2 months or 6 months or whatever. And Ubisoft would only get effectively one copy sale out of that because they sold it at first and then it was trading hands used for the other 9 players, right? And so Ubisoft's way of dealing with that was really straightforward and simple. It was bloat the games. It was fill it up with so much stuff that there's like no way you can finish it in a reasonable amount of time. So you're going to keep playing it, and all those people that would have bought it used a week after launch will then go and instead just buy it new, which is a really simple solution to the problem of used copies, which nowadays isn't really that big of a deal because, for one, GameStop offers hilariously terrible prices for buying, you know, physical copies off people, but also because everybody's going digital. Like we just looked earlier in the stream about the at the data from Europe and their game sales, and over the course of the last year, it's down like 9.9% year over year for physical game sales. Like that's just what's happening. Everybody's going digital because it's more convenient for most people. And as a result, physical used copies is not as big of a deal. But back in 2012, it was a huge problem for companies. If you remember back then, one of the big scandals was that Xbox One initially, as announced, was not going to allow you to play used games. You had to buy a new copy of a game and you could not just like give it to your buddy to play. It was tied to your console. They didn't want you to do used games because that's what they were hearing from companies like Ubisoft, EA, Take-Two, I'm sure as well. All those big guys were saying, yeah, used copies are killing us because people buy the game, they play it, they finish it, and then they sell it and they trade it out. And PlayStation like won the generation in part because they came out like, no, you can of course buy a used game and play a used game on our console. Like, what are you talking about? Of course you can do that. But it was all tied to this problem, which was a major component for them because they thought it represented, and it probably did represent, hundreds of millions of dollars of lost revenue from the point of view of those used sales. Now, he also goes on, he says action adventure games, which is what AC used to be, are, quote, notoriously expensive per game hour. So the cheapest and most effective way to bulk it out was to add RPG elements. To be clear, because I don't want to infer too much, Hutchinson never explicitly said this was the sole reason why Ubisoft took the AC series in a different direction, but he told me, as he was told by, or as he has told others in the past, that the decision confounded him. Quote, I think it's the only franchise I can think of that changed genre and kept its audience. So it was risky, but seems to have worked. That said, I always thought it was a peculiar decision for a franchise where they also wanted to put them out as close to annually as possible. I was worried that if you had 200 hours of AC you would just that you just played, would you really be in the mood for more a year later? I think luckily the radical change in setting and often protagonists means that it feels more fresh than most franchises, so they get away with it. But my heart is in the action adventure space, not stat juggling. So I miss the old days, which I can certainly understand. But this is really, really interesting, right? Like the idea that a shift towards the big open world RPG was not totally motivated just because they thought that those games were popular, which back in the age, like you got to remember, it happened right about the point of AC Origins when they really transitioned to it. That's when he left. And yeah, it might have been inspired by like Witcher 3 success, but it was also inspired by this.
Can it be argued, though, that physical sales are down YOY because sales for physical games-capable consoles are down because they're sold at a higher rate? Data could be skewed unless that's stated.
Because sales for physical games capable consoles are down because they're sold at a higher rate or price point. Data could be skewed unless that's stated. Well, I mean, I think ultimately there's plenty of other influences that are going into pushing people towards digital. Game Pass, for example, is of course digital only. It's not like there's, Game Pass doesn't work like GameFly or Redbox used to. It's all digital. So there's lots of pressures in the industry to get people to go digital only because it's better for the big publishers and platform makers. So they greatly prefer that. So there's absolutely reasons. It's not just players choosing convenience, but I do think convenience is a major component of the move towards digital, because it is nice to be able to just buy a game, download it. You don't have to go out to the store. You don't have to like wait for the UPS guy to show up. Like I remember just with, I think it was KCD2 launched, and a friend of mine had it pre-ordered and was waiting for it after the reviews dropped and were so good. And so he was waiting for his copy, and UPS didn't deliver it for like 2 days after it was initially expected. And so he just didn't get to play it because he was waiting for the physical copy. And he's like, I already ordered it, so I don't want to go buy a separate copy, but that's just physical copies. That's just what you deal with. So I think for convenience sake, it is a major component. But you're right, there are other factors at play, like the fact the consoles with physical disc drives are maybe $50 more, or with, the PlayStation ones, you have to buy it separately. That's certainly a component pushing people towards digital. But either way, there's people are moving digital, and the drop year over year is still happening, whether it's totally up to them and it's just their free choice, or it's being coerced because of price manipulation and stuff. It's still a drop year over year that's happening. That's a good point. And Mr. Skywalker, thank you for the resub. Cheers on 3 months with the goat who shares my first name. Hell yeah, my friend. Hell yeah. Thank you for resubbing. Appreciate you, my friend. It's good to have you here. But continuing on with this, it is just really interesting to me to think, we often might see that there's something happening in the industry. They're moving towards open world adventure RPGs. Why would they do that? Oh, it's because they want to be like The Witcher 3. Maybe, see how well The Witcher 3 does, so they want to go in that direction. But a lot of the time, there's other reasons to do it as well. And for Ubisoft, I think it was also a component of, average playtime is way higher in those types of games, And when playtime is high, we also tend to see more engagement with cosmetics, more engagement with season passes, by people buying DLC and expansions because they're immersed in the story and the world. That can really help. And then it also prevents them from selling the copies used, which also is super, super helpful. He goes on, as someone who hasn't managed to fully complete an Assassin's Creed game since Syndicate, I'm definitely picking up what Hutchinson is putting down. And although newer open world Assassin's Creed games are pretty much all well received generally, I'd wager to guess we're not alone in yearning for more linear stealth focused AC games, even if Mirage didn't quite hit the mark for everybody. Well, that seems to be the goal. And this is why, as an Assassin's Creed fan, somebody that's played these games since I was pretty young, since I was like, I don't know, 12, 13 or something. I really like Assassin's Creed. It's part of my childhood, and you know, it's always gonna have a special place in my heart because of that. But also, you know, I think what they're doing now is interesting because instead of making the big Assassin's Creed Valhalla monstrosity that has a little bit of everything and tries to be the, you know, jack of all trades, master of none. Now what they're trying to do is they're going to go in the direction of specializing. So they're going to have the game that targets the stealth focused linear player. They're going to have this one next year, AC Hexe, which is going to be a linear, dark, gritty narrative game. Very interesting. Like it's apparently going to play much closer to like one of those PlayStation third person adventure cinematic games than it will play as a typical like Assassin's Creed game, which is very interesting, and I'm interested in hearing that. And then they're gonna have, you know, another massive RPG in a couple of years, you know, in line with AC Shadows or AC Odyssey. And they're also gonna have another stealth game, and then they're gonna have a multiplayer game with like black box missions, kind of like AC Unity did. And then I'm sure they're gonna do other multiplayer stuff. And their goal is basically to go and just try to appeal to each niche of the fandom with dedicated games that are good at what they do, or in theory, good at what they do. And I think that's a way better route than trying to make one game that does everything. Because I don't think that works. I just don't think it works as well. Having, you know, AC Valhalla that has 15 game modes and is basically Fortnite, but with Vikings, you know. What about Assassin's Creed FPS? Oh, you mean Assassin's Creed extraction shooter. That's that's what we need. Yeah. But very interesting. I just thought I would share that because I saw it pop up. Good article from Games Radar clipping that interview. And I thought it was really interesting because I was like, I hadn't really thought about the connection between the shift towards open worlds and the corporate disdain for used copies and trading. But it does make a lot of sense. If you want to prevent people from trading their games, make the runtime longer so they can't do that as quickly. And you do that by making the game bigger and going open world and filling it with some of this tedium and collectathon stuff. And that's exactly what they did. So it is just very, very funny to see the connection. And I think it makes perfect sense. I'm sure there's other reasons they did it, but I think it's definitely a component of the consideration back then, a decade plus ago, which is just interesting. It's very interesting. Diversus, thank you for the 5. Friendly heads up, the KCD2 DLC looks like it will drop this week. Warhorse PR lead has been dropping pointed hits on X with him going to Gamescom. Oh, really? I think they definitely have a trailer or something. I wouldn't be surprised about that. Maybe they do a trailer for the DLC and like announce the date, or maybe they shadow drop it. I don't know. Maybe they announce like a whatever Game of the Year edition or something where it has like all the expansions on the disc or something. That could be cool. That could be cool. But yeah, it should be coming soon. For sure. For sure. Okay. Let's see. I could go. I'm caught up there. Okay, I'm going to go like this. I heard KCD2 and got rock hard. Didn't we all? What's your favorite cookie? Molasses. Molasses cookies all day, every day. They have to be soft, though. If it's a crunchy molasses cookie, I'm punching you in the throat. But if it's a soft one, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. How long's the stream today? I think we honestly, we could probably go for another hour. When I sat down, I was worried I had just food poisoned myself because I had some leftovers I had. And Yeah, they wrecked my tummy when I first sat down. I was like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Because you know sometimes you sit down and it was just like I was like, oh no. This is gonna be a rough stream, but it's settled now. I think we're okay. I want to talk about this though, okay? News I meant for the masses. Hold on to your asses. Okay, so I thought surely we would never see anything about The Last of Us Online. It was buried and forgotten into the dustbin of history. But it seems like it may actually live on in a way with the director of the game having now formed a brand new studio, and he's talking pretty openly about going and making something similar. I'll show this to you. This is an article from VGC. Again, I love VGC. You should bookmark them, check them out. I pretty much have their website open regularly. I refresh every morning to see if there's any breaking stories because they write it really well, but they don't go into the realm of like stupid clickbait, and it's just refreshing that way. I had a moment of panic for a second. I held my hand over Todd, and then it was really warm, and I was like, oh no, is there a fire? And then I was like, there is. It's a candle. So crisis averted. That all happened in a moment as I was rambling about this. But anyway, continuing on. They, as you can see, director of the scrapped Last of Us Online says his new US Japan studio is making a cinematic multiplayer title, taking inspirations from this. Vinit Argawalm, who was at Naughty Dog for around a decade, was the game director on what was internally known as The Last of Us Online. But after the project was scaled back in size, the developer eventually announced in December it had been canceled. Now, in a new interview with GameSpark, Argawalm has said that he and former Naughty Dog creative director Joe Petinati have formed a new studio because they want to create something similar. Specifically, Argawalm explained that they wanted to make a multiplayer game that offers the level of action found in typical single-player Naughty Dog game. Quote, my main titles were Uncharted 4, Thief's End, Uncharted The Lost Legacy, and The Last of Us Part 2, Argawalm said via machine translation. I worked on both multiplayer and single player. I was mainly in charge of boss battles, and Naughty Dog's boss battles are generally one-on-one situations, so I wanted players to feel like they were fighting a human player, not an AI, even in single player. To be more specific, I worked on the final boss in Thief's End and the fight between Ellie and Abby in The Last of Us Part 2. I used all my knowledge of multiplayer to create the feeling that you were fighting a human. A big part of what inspired me to go independent was seeing the potential in combining Naughty Dog's specialty, cinematic action, with multiplayer. Argawalm has opened an office in Japan, while Petinati has remained in the US, with their game being developed across both bases, quote unquote. The team currently has around 10 staff in total, with plans to increase this to around 30. It's very interesting. I mean, they worked on this thing for years. You got to remember, The Last of Us Online was in production reportedly, my understanding, could be wrong, but my understanding is around 2019, towards the end of The Last of Us Part 2, they started kickstarting the online component of the game. It was going to basically be Last of Us factions in The Last of Us Part 2. At some point, they said, we could build this into its own spin-off thing. And so they spun it off, and it became The Last of Us Online, separate from The Last of Us Part 2. Of course, Last of Us Part 2 launches, critical acclaim, does very, very well. For a while held the record for the most Game of the Year awards of any game in history, and did very, very well. Over the next few years, they made a few key changes to the culture at Naughty Dog. For example, they got rid of crunch culture, so they now celebrate that they don't have that problem. They don't ask people to stay late. They don't do overnight development sessions. They don't let people sleep under their desks. Like, they're pretty proud about the major changes they've made. And they also worked for years on The Last of Us Online. And this was a project that Argawalm and these guys were very, very passionate about, it seems. And it now, it's canceled and it's been tossed aside. And I'm sure that they didn't want to just leave it there and move on like nothing happened. So they've actually left and gone solo. Now, the good thing for them is that once you have Naughty Dog on your resume, I mean, he says, I've worked on Uncharted 4, Lost Legacy, and The Last of Us Part 2, and I worked on The Last of Us Online project for years. That is quite the resume. You take that to any investment firm, and they're going to be like, ooh, yeah, take my money. Like, Naughty Dog, they know what they're doing. So you worked there for years. You were a game director there. Take my money. I'll invest in your studio. And so they, I'm sure, are getting some early funding and venture capital funding, and they'll be fine. They'll be fine. But as you can see, their new game, which Argolom describes as a, quote, triple indie title, has now been in development for a few months. And while it isn't yet ready to show to the public, he says he has been playing it with friends every week. There's not much we can say yet, but the new game is a multiplayer game, and we aim to bring the cinematic action we've been familiar with from our previous titles to multiplayer, he said. We're already in contact with partners, and we expect to have more information to share in the future. Naughty Dog officially canceled the game in December of 2023, saying the game became so ambitious that it would have required a complete shift in the studio's focus for the foreseeable future. As you can see, they quote here from that post, in ramping up to full production, the massive scope of our ambition became clear. The statement from the studio said at the time, to release and support The Last of Us Online, we'd have to put all of our studio resources behind supporting post-launch content for years to come, severely impacting development on future single-player games. So we had two paths in front of us: become solely a live service game studio or continue to focus on single player narrative games that have defined Naughty Dog's heritage. And they chose the latter, which I think was the right choice, certainly. But it is fascinating to hear this. This also is interesting because Jim Ryan left PlayStation right around this time as well. And I don't think it's a coincidence that right as Jim Ryan announces he's just going to retire in the middle of a console generation, which already is very, very weird, they started undoing a lot of his live service direction. They canceled a bunch of projects. They shut down a handful of studios, and they shut down this Last of Us Online project. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was something that like Naughty Dog had been saying, guys, we really don't think that this is the right direction for our team. And once Jim Ryan was welcomed to retire, they gave them the green light to move on from it. That's the vibe I'm getting. Or maybe it was just honestly that Hiroki Totoki, he was initially CFO and now he's CEO. I think he probably told them, okay, if we're going to do this, like, we're going to do it right. And you're going to basically turn into Bungie, but for this Last of Us Online project. Are you prepared to do that? And they were like, no. So they cut their losses. But either way, you can see now that the people that worked on it were passionate about it, thought there was potential for it, and liked the idea. They just didn't want to let it die and go away. And so they have decided to try and sort of, in a way, make a spiritual successor to it. It's not going to, of course, have any of the assets or any of that stuff, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a lot of the same core ideas they developed for The Last of Us Online, but now just put in this new triple indie wrapper, as he described. It's got to be jarring, though, to come from Naughty Dog, where you have like all of these ridiculous resources and your games are so ridiculously cinematic and graphically impressive, and then go indie and you don't have those resources, and all of a sudden you got to scale it back and you can't be the perfectionist studio anymore. You got to be a little bit more pragmatic. It's got to be pretty jarring, but I wish them the best. I'm very, very intrigued because my typical stance on canceled games is that historically it seems clear, especially when you talk to devs like over a beer, a lot of them will say, like, when their projects get canceled, they're like, I get it. Of course I was passionate about it. I worked on it for a long time and I thought we could figure it out, but like, I get it because it had problems. And that's true of a lot of things that get canceled. Like, a lot of studios are not going to cancel, or executives are not going to cancel something they think that is going to be really successful. They're not going to cancel something they think they're going to make millions upon millions of dollars on. They're going to cancel something they don't think is going to connect with players or customers, as they would probably say it. And so they walk away. Other times there's like external factors. Like I've said, I think a lot of the Microsoft layoffs have been heavily inspired or motivated, where they've been targeted, because multiple of the studios that have specifically gotten massive layoffs have recently unionized. So I think sometimes there's components of that where it's like, yeah, your game looked solid, but you're unionizing and therefore you're going to be really, really expensive. And so we're just going to say bye-bye. So sometimes that's a component. There's external factors here. But in this case, it seems like it was a decision between PlayStation and Naughty Dog, where they just literally said, this is going to fundamentally change who we are. as a studio, and we would rather keep making single player games. We don't want to turn into Bungie, but for The Last of Us Online, we want to keep making single player games. And for PlayStation, those single player Game of the Year games are valuable. They sell consoles. They sell, you know, a lot of people on the ecosystem. And so it's worth doing. But I'm sure they had some really interesting ideas, some clever ideas of what they could bring to the table, and I'm excited to see what they do with it. It's still, you know, a while off. It's interesting. He's saying that he's playing with his friends every week, so they have a prototype even after just a few months, which is pretty standard. But usually, like with these types of games, a prototype of something like this is like, you know, of course, all gray box. It's like very, very bare bones and basic, but it gives you a good idea. I've done some gray box testing and some prototype testing for various studios and companies. And it's always fun because you can see like the really early idea of what the game is going to be. It's just, you know, everybody walks around in a T pose and, you know, all the buildings are just gray boxes, but you can start to see the vision of what it will be. It's pretty interesting. It's very cool. But yeah, as I said when we started the segment, I thought this was just going to be dead and buried. Maybe we see elements of it, copy and paste it into future games. Like if we ever get The Last of Us Part 3, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, yeah, so this level is actually the map from The Last of Us Online. We just reused it. I wouldn't be surprised if we hear stuff like that because they spend a lot of time and resources on it. But I don't think we will see them like actually releasing this ever. I think it's pretty well going to be locked away. But you never know. You never know. Who knows? Maybe in like 6 months or a year or two, we'll have some build leak. Like if you missed it, they actually had a build of Concord, a development build of Concord leak online. I was actually able to download it and get it running. So you can actually play Concord even today. And people have found ways to get into the dev room and to mess around in the dev room and find out where they were building the game. It was pretty cool. It was honestly pretty cool. And maybe we'll get something like that for The Last of Us Part 2. Just somebody that was working on it had a copy of the game build on their laptop, and one day they just accidentally upload it to Pirate Bay or whatever. Stranger things have happened, you know? Stranger things have happened. But I wish them the best of luck. I'm excited to see what they do with their game. I'm excited. I want to know more. I want to know. Do you think a dev build or gameplay will leak? I think eventually like clips and like dev footage probably leaks. Because usually it's not like anybody malicious or hacking. It's just literally people that worked on something for 5 years of their life that want it to live on in some way. Like that Concord thing, I don't think was like somebody hacked and got it. I think it was literally a dev that was like, I just want somebody to be able to see this and I don't want it to be lost media. So they put it out there and let, you know, the internet kind of preserve it. You know. Milan, thank you for the 2. Seeing how Sicily chapter was big originally in Mafia 2. Oh yeah, there's all sorts of cuts and things that happen. Where, you know, initially they might have this grand, vast idea for what they want the level to be, and then they got to trim it down, and it's just not working. Happens all the time. Happens all the time. It's very common in games that you start with a massive idea of doing 100 different things, and the final version is going to probably be 5 of those 100 things, but it's just about trimming down and getting settled on something. That's just game dev. Brennan, thank you for that one. You think if they pull this off, they'll eventually maybe finish Last of Us Online? No. I mean, you're saying if the indie team makes their game and it does well, if like Naughty Dog would go back to it? I don't think so. I think the thing with the Naughty Dog project, it was just literally a matter of the economies of scale. I think it was literally just, if we want this to be successful, we have to have find a way to support it for years, and supporting a live service game on that scale is ridiculously expensive because you have to have 100 people, 200 people, 300 people working on new levels, new maps, new game modes, play testing. You have to have a team of people dedicated to getting rid of cheaters and managing the community, and like it is a totally different animal than making a single player game. And I think they realized that's just not what we do. It's just not what we do. We make our single player games. We release it. Everybody loves it, buys it. We go back into our bunker for 3-4 years. We work on the next one. We release it. Everybody loves it, plays it, buys it. And then we go back into our bunker and we work for 4 more years. And then we come back out. And that's just how they do it. You know, live service, there is no break. There is no rest. It is always on. It's always go time. It's just a different beast. Yeah, watch it launch and it's the next Fortnite. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Do 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 do. Okay. Okay. Let's touch on this news segment. So tomorrow is Gamescom Opening Night Live, or ONL. And that is when Jeff Keighley gets on stage. That's the next cardboard cutout we need. I just decided we need a Jeff Keighley cardboard cutout. That would be so good. We'd use it a lot too. He's doing a lot of stuff. I see Jeff like 3-4 times a year at various media events. That might be awkward if I have a cardboard cutout of him. Who cares? I'll do it anyways. Anyway, that's beside the point. Jeff gets on stage. He announces, reveals a bunch of stuff. And this year at Gamescom, there's probably going to be a handful of surprises, but there's also going to be some ones that are pretty locked in. But it should be fun. There's a couple of things I thought we would see a month ago. Like if you had asked me, are we going to see this? I would have said yes. That now I don't think we'll see. For example, like Starfield, I thought we were going to see the expansion number 2 revealed. And like a massive complete edition or something announced, and they sell that for $70-$80 or something. But now I'm not sure if we'll see that, because the rumor has it that the Starfield expansion has been delayed to next year. So I don't know if they would reveal it now. They might wait until they do like an Xbox showcase in January or February. But all sorts of things. Black Flag Remake, I also would have thought that would have happened here as well, but that also is expected to have been delayed to next year, early next year, like Q1, maybe February, maybe January. So I'm not really expecting Black Flag Remake. Maybe they do show it, but I'm not totally sure. But I do think that there are still some solid options. There's still some solid options of things that we could see. Like, for example, I think Xbox will be there. They were there last year. And if you recall, the big reveal for Xbox last year was Indiana Jones, the release date for that. And then also that it was coming to PlayStation 5. That was the big, like, one last thing, which was kind of anticlimactic in my opinion, but still it happened. And so I think they'll be there again, but I think this year they will be there specifically to announce pricing on the ROG Ally Xbox X, Ally X, whatever it's called. And they'll reveal that and a launch date for that. And I think we see Silksong, and I think we see Resident Evil. But we have a video, my friends, from the one and only outlet Gaming Bolt, that has put together some 16 gaming reveals that may happen, some guesses as to what might happen. I want to hear this, and I want to hear your thoughts below as well, and we'll bounce our ideas off of each other. Also, apologies for my mouse cursor freaking out. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's been doing it all day. Sorry. Continuing.
Is technically ongoing, and what better way to wrap it up than with Gamescom? Opening Night Live is already looking packed with announcements. The future game show offers promise. Even Xbox's 2 days of broadcasts are chock full of big-name games. With so much to look forward to in the coming months and beyond, what are the biggest announcements and reveals that you can expect from Gamescom? Let's dive into 16 of them here.
Sorry. There are some edits in videos that are really, really subtle, and if you edit a lot of videos, you listen close, you can hear them. This was one of the most like jagged, obvious cuts. I think they might have at one time had 15, and then they went back in and cut it and re-edited it to say 16. Listen to that again.
That you can expect from Gamescom. Let's dive into 16 of them here.
Let's dive into 16 of them here.
Starting with Silent Hill F trailer.
Yeah. I think we
We've
see
seen
this, yeah.
and heard a lot about Silent Hill F, whether it's the heavier focus on combat and even stat upgrades, or the multiple endings. And yet, given the proclivities of writer Ryukishio 7 and artist Keira towards the unsettling, it feels like we've barely even scratched the surface. A new trailer debuts at Gamescom opening night live, and it's also scheduled for day 2 of Xbox's broadcast. Maybe some of that insanity will break loose before it launches next month. Dying Light.
What are the odds they do a demo? This voice is also freaking me out. Who's doing this? Do they say? It vaguely sounds AI. A couple of the line deliveries feel like it could be AI, like an AI voice. I don't know. But maybe they do a demo or something. Maybe. It's possible.
The Beast. While Dying Light is best known for its parkour mechanics and tense nighttime survival situations, it's easy to forget how gory it can be. As if taking cues from Dead Island 2, Techland has implemented some realistic gore mechanics in Dying Light: The Beast. Confirmed to be part of the Xbox Gamescom showcase, we will get a brand new look at the game before it launches on September 19th for Xbox Series X and S, PS5, and PC, with the PS4 and Xbox One versions launching later this year. ROG Xbox Ally and Ally X release date and prices.
I'm sorry, what is the deal with the naming conventions, dude? It's so funny. I feel like everybody makes fun of them for it, that their naming convention doesn't make any damn sense and is just so confusing. Look at this. You need like an entire billboard just to write out 2 product names. It's so funny to me, but it's been like a decade of this. It's very funny. ROG Xbox Ally and the ROG Xbox Ally X.
If the rumors are true, Microsoft will announce the release date for the ROG Xbox Ally and Ally X on August 20th, with pre-orders opening on the same day. Both handheld PCs will reportedly launch on October 16th for €599 and €899 respectively. It's plausible enough, and hopefully it goes the extra mile on really selling us on their features.
Are any of you guys buying it? Yeah, any of you guys, but I already have a Steam Deck and I feel like very little push to get this. Maybe Xbox, like hardcore fanboys, will. I'm mostly interested in the like software offerings. If they can really get the Xbox launcher, whatever thing working well, that could be interesting. But I just don't understand why they're so insistent on like one launcher to play everything. You can already do that through Steam. Like, you just add a non-Steam game to your library and then you're fine. Like, you don't actually have to have this dedicated launcher. But I think the idea, ultimately the vision, is to have the Xbox experience basically be like a dual boot, so you can boot on your Xbox PC or whatever they call it when they launch next gen, and you boot up, it gives you 2 logos and it's like load into Windows 11 or load into Xbox, and you load into Xbox and it loads into a dedicated UI that feels like just an Xbox. But because it's still just a PC, it also has Steam and you can boot into Steam and play Steam games on it. I think that's the ultimate vision. This handheld doesn't seem to be quite there. It's very early on in the process, I think. But I think ultimately that's the vision, is to have that one platform for everything.
Hollow Knight Silksong. Anything. Doubters in shambles once again?
This also, I think, is very, very likely. I'm sorry, this video is giving me just such weird vibes. I don't know if is it just me, or does it feel like an AI voice? I don't know. Maybe it is just some guy named Dave and he's just like, that's just how he sounds. I don't know. But Jeff posted this. This to me, also Jeff, you sly dog. I see that towel sitting on the floor. We've all done this in hotels. You know, you get out of the shower, you put the towel on the floor so that they come and give you new towels, because if you hang it back up, they leave it and don't replace it and clean it. But it's always... I'm always self-conscious about it. I always feel bad about putting a towel on the floor, and then maybe that's just me. But he posted this, and everybody thinks that this is pretty clearly a nod towards Silksong, or Bloodborne something, anything. Bloodborne remake, remaster, sequel, literally anything. I don't know. Yeah, Bloodborne 3. But it does give the vibe of like self-aware first time. It makes me feel like it's Silksong or it's something else. My guess is it's Silksong specifically. I'm glad that this German strands clipped this, because I was going to say there was a tweet of like with the clown hair and everything. So he pulled it up. But as you can see, August 17th, 2024 for last year's show, he said, just to get this out of the way, no Silksong on Tuesday at opening night live. They're still cooking. And then this year he posts that and is not stating it's not there, which last year he said, not there. Don't get your hopes up. This year he's like, first time. So I think we see Silksong. I think it's shown. Yeah, I think almost certainly. I don't think that's even that. I don't think that's like that far out there. I don't think that's a crazy prediction.
Potentially because Hollow Knight Silksong might get a release date.
Is it just frozen now?
At both exclusive launch before the ROG Xbox Ally. Plans could always change, but for now,
dude, did they seriously just post 2 still shots? I thought the video was frozen. No, dude, they seriously put 2 still shots in the video. What are we doing? Guys, you have 1.3 million subscribers. Like, we couldn't find a video clip. Like, what are we doing? I have a feeling that this script is also like ChatGPT generated. I'm just getting the feeling. I don't know, man. This whole thing is so weird. Maybe we finish this without the video, because I saw this. I was like, oh, fun. They cut together a video about prediction, but the whole thing is like edited really weird, and then I'm getting AI voice vibes, and then it's so low effort edited. We might just finish this out, and move on solo. So I guess let's do that. Silksong, I think almost absolutely happens. I don't think that's even scandalous. Okay. I do think we see Resident Evil Requiem in some capacity. Maybe another trailer, another cinematic trailer of some sort. I think that's very, very likely as well, because it's not that far away. I mean, again, it's like early next year. So I think we see that. Another possible reveal is Pragmata. If you don't remember Pragmata, it's that game that kind of looks, it's very, very interesting. It looks like Death Stranding meets The Last of Us, because you have this weird like little girl backpack and you go through this. I played it at Summer Games Fest, and it was one of the most bizarre things ever, because we played all of like 15-20 minutes of it, including what we're seeing here with these puzzles and stuff. And it's interesting because in order to break the shields, basically all of the androids you fight, they have their shield plating closed. And then when you aim at them, it opens up this little mini game, and you use square, X, circle, triangle to navigate around the grid. So it starts you like on the green, and you have to go through each of these objects in the direction that they show. And then, you go to the out point, and then that will unlock the armor so you can shoot them and deal damage. It's a fun little mini game. After 20 minutes, I was already kind of like, okay, I'm good. I don't know how that would play and feel after like 20 hours. It also had 4 gun slots. We did try all 4 guns, if I recall correctly. And the 4 gun slots, like they each had 6 rounds, and you had to pick up more ammo from dropped enemies. But you would run out of ammo instantaneously, and so you swap weapons. So every single room you walk into, you're running completely out of ammo, and then you refill at the end of it. And I understand they want you to cycle through them and use all of the weapons, but it did feel like more frustrating than fun. Was it confirmed that it was a mini game or like a core mechanic, or maybe only in this section? My understanding, and they didn't tell us hardly anything about this, but my understanding is that this is how breaking enemy armor works in the game. So this is like in the game all the way through. It's not a gimmick just for this section. Because they had the little pop-up tutorial, and they're like, enemies have shields. To break their shields, you complete this, whatever the name of it was, hacking minigame. And it's a very simple one right now. I'm sure later in the game it becomes way more complicated and way more, you know, difficult to pull off while moving around, because time doesn't stop when you're doing this hacking minigame. Like, the enemies are still moving. It'll slow down a little, I believe, as you can see there. But like, if there's 3-4 enemies around you, you're still trying to avoid shots while completing the minigame. It was just kind of strange, but you can see, like, we went through this, we did this minigame, we did that. You can see complete, and it breaks the armor. But we played for 20 minutes, and then we got to this boss fight right here. And then the guy came over and like hit pause on my controller and like pushed it away and was like, sorry, we have to end the demo there. We can't show you the boss fight. That's it. I was like, oh, okay. I was excited to play, but okay. We can't do the boss fight. We just get to the boss fight and then we have to stop. Okay. And the guy, I remember, it was very weirdly phrased. He was like, thank you for not making a scene. I was like, what do you mean? Like, have you had people make a scene? Like, what are you talking? Like, that was just weird. I was like, what, do you expect me to like scream? Like, no, I want to keep playing. Like, what did you expect me? It was weird. It was a weird encounter. Exactly. Yeah. I heard Maximilian dude thought he ran out of time, so he kept replaying the demo multiple times, mastering the game and enjoying it. I think did he offer me the chance to replay? I don't actually recall. I think it was also the last day they were there, and we were one of their last sessions. I think they were like, come on, let's get through it. And maybe that's it. But it was just kind of weird. I was left thinking, okay, that was cool, but I wanted to see how you tied all these ideas together into a boss fight. Like, we basically did a tutorial for a boss fight, but weren't allowed to do the boss fight. And I just thought that was weird. But I do think we could see a trailer for Pragmata as well, because this is also slated for next year. What's funny is I believe this game was first revealed back in 2020, and then it disappeared. It was like not heard of for 3 years, and then it was announced it was going to release in 2023. Then it was delayed to 2024, and now it's delayed to 2026. Like, this game has had problems. It's been in development for probably, because if it was announced in 2020, it was probably in development in 2019 or 18. So it's probably been in development for a solid like 6, 7, 8 years, you know, like been in there for a while. So I don't know. It was weird. And it doesn't mean it will be bad. It just means what we tried in the demo was weird. You know, it just didn't instill a lot of confidence in me, but that's one that we probably see next year. Yeah. Well, let's be pragmatic about this. Yeah. Yeah. If I had to score it, I'd give it 6, 7. Yeah. Exactly. Let's see. Do I think we'll see Marvel 1943? That also is very, very possible. The other possibility is that because the Marvel 1943 thing is so specifically tied to Unreal, I think it's quite possible that they do the Epic, what do they call it? It's like Epic Dev Showcase something or other. I think it's towards the end of the year in like November they tend to do it. So they could be there as well, because that's been booted out by a year. So I think that that's also quite possible. Ion Sun, Max is a bit of a Capcom salesman. Well, hey, if you like Capcom stuff, there's nothing wrong with that. I just thought Pragmata was very weird. I thought, like, I'm curious whether this like burns you out. And you whenever something is chosen, they chose not to let us play the boss fight. That was chosen for a reason. Was it chosen because there's some crazy story spoiler there? Maybe. Or was it chosen to not let us play the boss fight because it was broken or not that interesting or something? Like, what's the conclusion? And typically it's because something wasn't working. Hey, babe. How are you? Look at that power stance. Comes in standing like a superhero. You got Taco Bell?
I got you Taco Bell.
Oh.
I have eaten nothing.
Did you get you didn't get yourself Taco Bell?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. One track mind.
She's so like focused and motivated. I'm gonna get Luke Taco Bell. That's very sweet. But then she didn't get herself anything. What's wrong with you?
So much.
I've been also, I don't know why talking like that reminded me. I've been training Lockie and Ori to say gabagool like this and specifically hold their hands. Ori's got it down. He goes gabagool. And then Lockie, he doesn't get it. So he holds his hand like this and goes gabagool. It's very funny.
Just feed the chicken, though.
Yeah, feed the chicken.
Yeah,
Well, thank you. Feed the chicken. Beep, beep. Thank you. Thank you. That's delicious. Wonderful. I go hard for Taco Bell. I love me some Taco Bell. Tell you what. What's your plan? How are you?
I was gonna play Rivals. Instead, I'm gonna take a nap.
Yeah. Oh, Finley.
Oh, hey. Where you come from?
Look at Mr. Finley Cat. Mr. Finley Cat. He's a big boy.
He's lost a lot of weight.
He goes outside. He plays pretty hard. But he's a good boy. He went out and apparently got his ass kicked by a neighbor cat like a month ago or so. And since then...
Quieter. He was really depressed about that.
Yeah, well, when cats, I don't even know this, when cats get their ass kicked by another cat, like in a turf war kind of thing, they get like, they're humiliated. So he was like actually depressed for like 2-3 days and wouldn't go outside. He like barely got out of his little bed. Like he just didn't want to interact with anybody. It was kind of funny. But he's doing very well now. He's doing very well.
Somebody just said, what a loser.
Yeah, what a loser. Dude, he's a big cat. He's a big, strong cat. But his problem is that since we got him as a kitten, like weeks old, he has a scarred cornea. So like he's basically blind out of one eye. I don't know if you can see it, but it's this eye. He's basically blind. So he has no depth perception and he can't see too good. And it just happened this morning too. Because he doesn't have depth perception, because he only has one eye, he has trouble gauging distance, like when he jumps places. So just this morning, he was like on top of one of the cabinets and tried jumping to a ledge and just totally missed it. Just face planted on the wall pretty hard and like flopped down. It was a little funny, but it also, yeah, he's feeling good. Hi, Miney. And then this is Hermione Mumu.
She's not lost a lot of weight. In fact, she is very fat now.
She's been eating all of Finley's food, we think.
She's chunky.
Because she's chonked up a good bit.
Oh, okay. You need
Yeah.
to go out if you're gonna get the floor.
Hermione. Sweet Hermione.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they're pretty cute.
Oh my gosh, Luke, this English, she's so stinking chunky.
Yeah, I just keep telling myself she's putting on her winter coat.
It's August.
She's not putting on her winter. she's a little thick. she a little thick.
I came to bother you and then
Oh yes.
sleep.
Much love. Go sleep. Get some rest. Yes. Thank you for the Taco Bell.
No.
And the icy thing.
It was supposed to be Baja Blast, but they were all out.
Refrescas. It's okay. Nikki goes hard for Baja Blast. I like my fruity stuff. Like strawberry. Stuff like that.
I don't drink soda. But I would change all that for some Baja Blast.
Baja Blast is like an experience. It's different. Yeah, it's different. Well, much love. Go get some sleep.
I'm gonna do that.
Go lay down.
I will.
Yeah. Say bye to Todd.
No, Todd. Say hello to my ass.
Todd can say goodbye to my ass. Okay. Let's see. Where was I? What was I saying? Okay. Yeah. So other than that, let's see, other than Pragmata, which I think we could very well see, I think we'll see games like they list some here as well. Where Winds Meet, Ninja Gaiden 4, probably see those. I think those are pretty safe. the Division 2's big project announcement. Here's the thing. So like we know that there's Division 2 stuff. We know that of course Ubisoft has Black Flag Remake in some capacity, probably releasing early next year. But the big question mark is whether they do a longer marketing cycle for it or not. I think doing a shadow drop could be really fun and really cool, and I think it would do well. We saw with Oblivion it can work well. But Ubisoft doesn't typically like the idea of shadow drops. Shadow drops. They tend to like the idea of doing something much bigger and broader and more, expansive when it comes to the marketing. So I think like there's a possibility that we see Black Flag Remake. I'll just put this on screen while we talk about it. This was a modded version of Red Dead Redemption 2 where they put Arthur in Edward Kenway outfits to show what like a high fidelity version of Black Flag could look like. But I think that it's possible we see Ubisoft come out and reveal a few things like the Division 2 project, like the Black Flag Remake. But at some point, I think they get enough things going on that they could just do their own little show. They could just either wait for the Game Awards, do it there, or they could do their own event where they invite like some content creators out and do some big expansive marketing push that way. I don't know. But Black Flag Remake, I think, is going to be huge. And anybody, I mean, again, AC Shadows is the biggest selling new game of 2025 in all of Europe, according to the latest data that we just looked at earlier on stream. And it's because AC is a massive, massive franchise with mass market appeal. And I think Black Flag has both old school, like hardcore gamer sort of nostalgia vibes to it. It would do very well for that. And I also think that it has that same mass market appeal as well. And I think it would just pop off. Again, also, pirate games are awesome. People want more pirate games. We don't get enough of them. And I think, a really good pirate game could really, really excite people. So I'm here for this. Whether we see it at Gamescom, I would say is unlikely. I'm getting the vibe, and to be very clear, I don't have inside info. I don't have like some special leak or anything. I haven't talked to Ubisoft employees about it. My gut feeling is that they wait, and I don't think we see it at Gamescom. Maybe we do. My gut says Black Flag Remake comes later, and they'll show it later. And I think they know what they have on their hands, especially if it's looking really good. And I think that they should reveal it in a big way or shadow drop it. Don't do the typical standard like 6-month marketing cycle. Do something massive and really exciting and unique, or do something small and more precise and shadow drop it out of nowhere. The Division thing, I could totally see that. Rainbow Six updates, I could see that revealed here. I could also see that at Gamescom. We got options there. There's definitely choices and things you could do in that regard. As for other stuff, let's see. I think we could see perhaps Crimson Desert. I think there's a good chance that we see Crimson Desert in some capacity. I wouldn't be surprised about that. I could totally see that. Just some trailer, something. Of course, they just delayed to early next year as well. So I think that could be very, very interesting. Let's see, what else? What other things are probably... I mean, there's also a chance Xbox has their showcase, but they also have a handful of things that they could be releasing early next year. We might see some Call of Duty, maybe like a Call of Duty trailer or something. I could see that. Beyond Good and Evil. Lego Batman. Well, so we do know T2. No, it's is it TT? What is that? I thought it was... Yeah, here it is. New reports suggest TT Games' next LEGO game could be revealed at Gamescom for Q1 of 2026. It will supposedly be a collection of various Batman films adapted into the LEGO style, akin to the Skywalker saga. And this is the link they provide. X cancel. That looks a little scary. Okay. LEGO game news. It's not confirmed, but they're suspecting that could possibly happen. There's been other leaks and rumors suggesting as much. As you can see here, so I've been able to find any source that can fully verify this beyond a random account, but it's been claimed to have gotten it from a credible source, which is credible as me saying my uncle works at Nintendo. Granted, we know for a fact that TT Games were very likely working on LEGO Batman 4 at one point, as a former employee flat out said as much after Skywalker Saga's disappointing sales. This could possibly be LEGO Batman 4, or could be transformed into this, whatever this is now. Some other details they mentioned in a separate tweet involved this game being made with Unreal Engine 5. It's based off of a quote-unquote major Warner Brothers IP, not Lego Marvel. Spring 2026 is the release date, and it will be open world. Also important to note that they've said repeatedly in comments they don't believe this is Harry Potter as well. So, I mean, it could be Harry Potter. They could be mistaken about that. It's not impossible. Harry Potter is a huge franchise for them, but I think most of Warner Brothers' Harry Potter efforts are being staggered, and they're also pushing it back by a year and a half, 2 years, because they want to basically have a crap ton of Harry Potter stuff available at a steady pace every time they drop a season for the new HBO show that they're expecting to be massive. And they've already said they expect the Harry Potter show to last for about 10 years, which is a lot. But I mean, you think about how many projects they want to have ready for like every season for a decade. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. But that's the plan. That's the plan. It's to have like the Hogwarts Legacy release, and then to have the live service release and new expansions every year and all of this stuff. That cannot be reasonably possible. Well, just think of like, you know, Harry is 9 years old when he enters Hogwarts, right? Or is it 11? Might be 11. I think it's 11. But they want to be able to do like, you know, the 7 years of schooling basically. And then they also might break up the last book into 2 seasons, maybe even 3. And, you know, maybe the 4th book they break into 2 seasons or something. Like if they can find ways to stretch it, they'll stretch it. You know? They'll stretch it if they can. And each season, it might not be, you know, 1 season to a year. It might be 1 season for 14, 15, 16 months, you know, before you get the next one. So it's just, you never know. You never know. But they said they expect this to take about a decade to get through. That might also, I forget the exact context of the quote, but it might also be happening starting like right now, leading through like when it's actually finished being like broadcast, I guess. So it also would include pre-production, which takes about a year and a half. So who knows exactly how it times out. But the point is they'll be doing this for years and years and years and years. So it's still, you know, something they're working very, very hard on. Some of the other predictions and things people have thrown out there is like Outer Worlds 2, getting another trailer for that. That also makes a lot of sense. Microsoft is going to be there and doing stuff. So I think that it would, like, frankly, would be weird not to see Outer Worlds 2 in some capacity there. Because bear in mind, Outer Worlds 2 seems to be their attempt to push Obsidian into the AAA development space. Of course, Outer Worlds 2 was announced as an $80 title before even Call of Duty was. And then, of course, they walked it back. Now it's only being sold for $70. But that shows you what Microsoft was thinking of it. They were thinking internally that this is a AAA, dare I say, quadruple A level game. I personally don't think it currently looks quite there. It doesn't look AAA to me in that same way that, like, you know, a Ghost of Tsushima does. You see that and you're like, oh yeah, this is a AAA game. This doesn't give me that same vibe. It gives me that same Obsidian, like, AA vibe. But might just be me. Could be wrong. Might just be me, my vibe. But I think we probably see that. Onimusha, this is another Capcom one. This one was one of the most visually impressive games that we saw. It also just showed really well. The combat looked really tight. It was hands-off. We were not allowed to play it. They had a producer playing it. But it did seem very, very interesting. And I think that this one is going to be probably pretty special. It gave strong, like, God of War vibes. It looks like they're taking a lot of inspiration from that in a very good way. And I'm here for it. Yeah, this fight was really cool. Very, very smooth. Very, very smooth.
Words never did work between us, did they? Sasaki Ganyu.
Yeah.
Pick your battle, piggy.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was pretty crazy. So hopefully we see something about that. Hopefully. That would be really cool because that thing looked pretty baller. Let's see. I mean, other than that, like we've said, Silk Song, we said we probably see Resident Evil. Is there anything else? Anything else? Little Nightmares. Yeah, we could see Little Nightmares. I could totally see that. I could totally see that. I think Starfield, again, like my gut says Starfield, probably not, because I think they've delayed it to next year. I would think they'd like want to say something about it. I don't know, but Todd's whole thing recently has been that he doesn't want to reveal something and then ask people to wait like 6 months or a year. He wants to like reveal it and then be like, hey, next month or 2 weeks from now, you get it. Phantom Blade Zero. Yeah, I think we see Phantom Blade Zero. Absolutely. Maybe an official release date. That could be really, really cool. I think Phantom Blade is, again, another one to watch because that game looks fire and it plays really well, too. And they've made so much progress. The version we saw last year versus what they're showing off this year is ridiculous. It's really cool. Light No Fire, that's a long stretch. It's not impossible, but that's, I mean, it could happen. I think if they have Light No Fire, they might save it for the Game Awards, though. I think that's a big enough deal that they could do it there. I mean, the trailer has like 18 million views or 20 million views or something. So they could just wait and then do that. Metal Gear Solid Delta. Yeah, at the Xbox thing, I could totally see that. Yeah, duh. RPG Veteran. Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, the Black Myth Wukong devs are going to be there, and it's expected they're going to reveal a DLC. Like a big expansion to the game, which would be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. Official Caleb says GTA 6. I don't think they're there. I think they're doing whatever they want to do. Take-Two can drop a trailer whenever and it will do 200 million views. You know, they do not need to like go to anybody else's show or follow anybody else's rules. Like they get to do whatever they want to do. They don't need to stress. Gears of War, the collection thing they're doing, I do think we see that because that releases in like, what, a week, 2 weeks or something. So we probably see a launch trailer or something there. Gears of War E-Day, it's been pushed to next year. I think probably not because they're doing that collection, right? So the collection, I think, comes first. And I can't see them doing 2 trailers for 2 different Gears projects. I think they probably leave it. Yeah, banana. 7 days. But hey, who's counting? Yeah, it's almost like you like Gears or something. Dawn Walker would be fire. Dawn Walker would be fire. It's been... When did they reveal that gameplay? Was that this summer? It was like July, right? Yeah, so they did the Xbox game showcase 2 months ago. They did this reveal 1 month ago back in June. It was June, that's right, June 21st. They could show some gameplay, but this is even pre-beta footage, so I don't know if they need to reveal more than this. I mean, maybe they do another trailer, but I would think that they'd wait to reveal more until they've made a little more progress. You know, I'd be surprised if they're at Gamescom. I'd be surprised because it looks good. I'm very, very interested in the game. Don't get me wrong. I just think like they just did a big reveal, a pretty high effort reveal a month ago. You know, I don't think they need to do much more. Spine. Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. Another trailer for Spine. Spine is that game that we talked about on stream the other day, but it is one I also tried at Summer Games Fest, and it is a free flow combat system game being developed by a team out of Cyprus, I believe it is, and it plays with that same basic combat style as the Arkham games, Batman Arkham City, Asylum City, or Night, and it's really smooth, and it's like gory and intense. It's pretty good. It is pretty good. I really like free flow combat systems. I used to do challenge runs and stuff in Batman Arkham City and Arkham Knight, and you know, try to get the multiplier as high as you possibly can, no hit runs, all of that stuff. I love free flow combat games. I eat it up, and this is that, but with what they call gun fu. So it's like a gorier, more intense version of free flow combat. It's pretty good. It's pretty cool. They invented like their own proprietary animation software for it. It's pretty ridiculous. It's pretty crazy. So I'm a fan. This is one to keep an eye on for sure. Oh yeah, this boss fight. I remember this boss fight too. We got to do this one. So yeah, that would be a cool one if they had a trailer for that. 007. That's not impossible. That's a good option. 007. That could definitely be there. Maybe 007, like maybe a gameplay trailer. Maybe they do that. But is 007, I'm kind of getting the vibe from 007 that 007 is going to be, especially because IOI did their own showcase in June. Maybe IOI is getting to the point where they want to just do their own stuff, and so they don't go to Gamescom. They'll do their own little show and they'll reveal stuff there. Because I feel like 007 is a big enough deal that they could kind of do whatever, you know, kind of do whatever. I do think we see Will Follow the Light. I think we see that. This was revealed last year at Gamescom as well. They had this trailer, and it's also like a narrative game that also has sailing and stuff in it. It's very interesting. Very interesting. You know me, I love sailing. I love boats, like water, like spooky stuff. This seems to have all of it. So this one probably is back, would be my guess. I think they're probably back this year again. Wouldn't surprise me. Fair Games or Marathon or something. I don't think we'll see. I think we definitely don't see Fair Games. Marathon, they already said we won't see them until the fall, when they are ready to reveal the release date and some of the progress they've made. So I don't think we see any of that stuff. The Horizon online game, also, I think they probably wait to show at a PlayStation event. That'd be my personal guess. That'd be my guess. What else is there? I mean, that's a pretty comprehensive list, honestly. Yeah, Reanimal, maybe we get another trailer of that, but overall, I mean, I think that's a pretty good spread. I'm not expecting anything totally crazy. I know some people are like, they're going to do something outrageous. They're going to do something that just blows our minds. I personally don't think they're going to have any ridiculous reveals. I think everything they're going to have is like pretty predictable. Like I think the big reveal will be Silk Song and like a release date officially. And I think that's going to be like the big one more thing. And it'll be good. That'll be a good show. There's nothing wrong with that. But I don't think we're going to get like that same moment of like, you know, God of War when they revealed that in whatever that was, 2016, where Kratos steps out of the shadows and everybody's like, wait, what is this? Nobody has any idea and it blows everybody's minds. I don't think we'll have that moment. I don't think we'll have something like that. Maybe, I'd love it, but I just personally am not expecting it. You know, as they say, keep your expectations low and you won't be disappointed. Or at least it'll be harder to disappoint you. It'll be much harder. We will not see Elder Scrolls 6. Yeah, I think if when the time comes to see Elder Scrolls 6, it will be Xbox's big thing. Because every year they do the Xbox showcase, and then they do the Xbox, like, they do the Xbox, what do they call it? Well, it's like the Starfield Direct, or the Outer Worlds 2 Direct, or the Black Ops 6 Direct, where that's the whole thing. And it's the focus for like 45, 50 minutes is just on that one game. And I think certainly when Elder Scrolls is ready, that will be the Elder Scrolls 6 Direct. It will have its own time to shine. Whether that's next year or the year after remains to be seen. It could even be the year after that. 2028. It's not impossible, but still. Developer Direct. Yeah, it's like the Xbox Direct. Yeah. Fishing booth of Fallout 76 at Gamescom confirmed. Dude, after I told that story, I was like, there is no way I am ever getting invited to any Xbox stuff ever again. It's like they apparently told like one of those TikTok guys, like, why isn't Luke here? Like, well, he just, he needs to support the brand more. Like, how dare you? Can you imagine? It's like, it's ridiculous. Why didn't you invite this guy to cover your games and discuss them for his audience? He doesn't suck us off enough. I don't. It's like, get out of here, dude. Get out of here. They're not all like that, but I think there is a subset in the community where they just think, or in the marketing department, where they think like, if you are not just like glazing them 24/7, that you're not invited. You can't come. Like, we don't want anything to deal with you. And it's just so stupid. It's so stupid. Yeah, because that's no way to build like an actual audience. It just doesn't work. How long will the opening night live stream be? I think usually it's about 2 hours long. And it kickstarts in like 22 hours from now is my understanding, I believe. Yeah. Will Wolverine make an appearance? I think that also is one of those games that's a big enough deal for PlayStation. If it's ready, they will take it and show it at their own event. That it's like maybe with one of the live service ones, they could see dumping it at Gamescom and putting it out there. But I think Wolverine is big enough that they wouldn't want to show it at Gamescom because they don't need to. Why spend time and money to put it up on Jeff's stage when you can just do your own thing, for free? I mean, as free as putting on your own show is, but still. But Judas would be really interesting to see. Judas, I think well, is 2K gonna be there? I would think so, because they've got Borderlands coming up. So we could see, I think Borderlands is also a safe bet. We see a trailer for that. But maybe Judas, I could totally see Judas being there. I would have said BioShock up until like 2 weeks ago, but now we all know how that's going. Might show the new FromSoft game. We don't typically see Nintendo stuff because that new FromSoft game is exclusive to the Switch too. So Jeff Grubb has recently reported that there's a showcase late September. Well, yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, that times out pretty typically for what they would do. Yeah, Duskbloods. If they have another project, because there's the rumored other project that they're working on, they could reveal that. But I also think that's a big enough deal that they could save that for the Game Awards, Because any sort of massive thing, I think Jeff is going to be like, let's save it for Game Awards. Because you just flash the FromSoft logo on screen and people will lose their minds. Maybe there's like a Night Rain season update or something trailer. I could see that being there, but I mean, I don't think that they'll reveal like a new FromSoft game there. Wouldn't guess that. Injustice 3. That would be baller. That'd be baller if they had a new Injustice to show. Is it about the right time? Because let's see, Mortal Kombat, that was like 2019. And then they did Injustice. Well, they had Injustice, and then they did X11. I mean, yeah, one was in 2023. So, I mean, they're at a pretty steady pace of every 2 to 3 years. Legacy Collection, one was in 2023. Prior to that, 11 was 2019. And Injustice was... Shoot, when was Injustice? 2017, dude. It's been that long. Jesus. So it's about, I mean, we very well could see that. I pulled a 663 combo in Arkham City a couple days ago. Oh, dude, you madman. That must have taken you like 15 minutes. That's ridiculous. That's wild. Yeah. Oh, well, anyway, so all this to say, there's a lot of options. There's a lot of crazy things going on that they absolutely could reveal. I think it's going to be a solid show from my understanding of what is kind of expected to be there. I'm not expecting anything ridiculous, but I think it'll be a good show nonetheless. And, you know, if I had to score it, predict the score, I'd be like C+, you know, or a B-. I think it'll be in that like solid range, which is good, because like that recent Nintendo showcase was like laughably terrible, but then, you know, it's gonna be very interesting. It's gonna be interesting. Yeah, we'll co-stream it. That's the goal. Is tomorrow we'll co-stream it. So don't worry. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. This is funny. Okay. Going back to this, Sneaky Balls, by the way, thank you for the sub over on Twitch. Thank you. So news. Ubisoft and I can't read. So this just happened the other day. Ubisoft announced a live action Far Cry TV series and then immediately pretended they didn't announce a live action Far Cry TV series, which is funny. That's just funny. So let's see. Ubisoft no strangers to video game news leaking ahead of time. But this is the first time I can remember one of its TV shows leaking early, and the leak is coming from inside the house. An article about a new television project appeared on Ubisoft's own news site over the weekend, but then was quickly removed. Not quickly enough, however, the now missing news post announced that a live-action Far Cry TV series is in the works at FX. A post on the Far Cry subreddit, which was also removed but reported on by Eurogamer, captured a few details, described as an anthology drama. Ooh. It doesn't shy away from the darkest, most absurd parts of humanity. Ooh. Interesting. It will be in a new world with a different cast of characters. The show is reportedly being executive produced by Noah Hawley, who created the Fargo series for FX, as well as Alien Earth, which begins airing on FX this week. Starring in and co-executive producing the Far Cry series is Rob McElhenney of Always Sunny in Philadelphia, who at some point started going by the name of Rob Mac, apparently. I missed this news, but I'm in favor of it because every time I try to spell McElhenney, like now, I have to look it up. You're probably aware this will be the first Far Cry adaptation. The notorious 2008 Far Cry movie made by Uwe Boll, I don't know, was almost universally hated by both audiences and reviewers. I have never seen it myself, but I feel like I should give it a watch. They revealed Captain Laserhawk Blood Dragon Remix, which everyone seemed to like, and I'm feeling letting you down here. I haven't seen that much either. And so they did all of this, and they took down the announcement, and then when they were asked about it later, they said they didn't know what they were talking about. But apparently they're working on it. Apparently they're Uwe Boll. Okay, Uwe Boll. Anyway, they're working on a Far Cry TV show, folks. It looks like it's actually happening. I think that, again, this could do very, very well. Far Cry, when it's good, is fantastic, especially with the villains, and I think it translates fairly well to TV. So I think it could translate really, really well. It'll be interesting to see how they approach it. There's been a number of Ubisoft live service adaptations attempted that eventually get canceled and walked away from, but we will see what happens. We'll see what happens. It's still interesting. I actually have a copy of the Uwe Boll's Far Cry movie on DVD, and it's just as bad as you would expect. I mean, it's kind of like a treasure. It's ass. I watched it. I'm curious, dude. I'm curious. I should watch it. I know Jacob, he regularly watches terrible movies. Does like movie nights and boots it up and watches it. Which honestly, I'm here for. I'm here for. That's a vibe. That's a vibe. I kind of want to do it. Dude, what is this? Star Citizen Week in Review 4.3 is released and we get gaslit. Gaslight level 100. I have heard from so many people in the last handful of weeks that Star Citizen and the community is starting to like actually lose their minds, because content creators are asking to be able to like, they want to call this stuff out. They want to be able to bring it up and like call out the devs for stupid stuff they're doing, but they feel like if they do, they immediately get shut down by their own community. It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. So might have to check that out tomorrow in the pre-show or something, because that's interesting. Yeah, it's just shocker. Star Citizen is a bit of a mess, and the community is frustrated because it feels like the devs only care about money and are not concerned with the long-term health of the game. And the problem is right now that Star Citizen has a lot of money, but they also have a ridiculously massive enterprise to keep going with that money, and they don't have any seemingly game plan beyond hope for monetizing it long term. Because I'm telling you what, if you try to release Star Citizen's shop of like $1,500 ships, $800 ships, $300 ships, and you try to release that on the PlayStation Store, Xbox, Steam, it will not go over well. It just won't. Talk about review bombing. I mean, just you wait. You can't do that. Like the casual, quote unquote, casual audience that's not hardcore into Star Citizen already, they will not tolerate that. So they have to find some way of reworking it to appeal to the mass market where they'll accept it and they can make money from that audience. But the entire game is built around these egregious microtransactions. So what the hell do you do? Like they have to stop the gravy train now to shift it to a different track and get going again. But nobody wants to stop the gravy train because they're doing quite well on it. And it's not guaranteed that even after you switch tracks, you'll still make money. It's still not guaranteed. Like you might switch tracks and then find out that nobody on PlayStation or Steam or Xbox gives a crap. Yeah, the single player campaign, Squadron 42, that's what I mean when they say they're relying on hope. The hope is they release Squadron 42 and that generates a big influx of cash and it funnels new players into the persistent universe. It's not the craziest idea, but ultimately it is a matter of hoping that, for one, it reviews well, because like non-hardcore Star Citizen fans are going to rely on reviews to determine whether it's worth $70 or $60, whatever they charge for it. It's also not clear to me if single player gamers who play Squadron 42, it's not clear to me that they would convert into the persistent universe. Some of them will, certainly, but I don't know if that number is 5% or 20% or 30% or 80%. I don't know what percentage converts, but I don't think it's a ridiculous amount, because they're fundamentally different experiences. One is like scripted and linear, or sort of linear, and narrative focused. One is much more about player agency and freedom. So they're just fundamentally different. And I also think even after you funneled some of those people through, because we're talking about brand new players who have never touched Star Citizen before, they try Squadron 42. Ooh, I really like that. Let me move over to the Persistent Universe. And I think if they go over there and then they're exposed for the first time, because there's some people that have never been exposed to like the Star Citizen pricing schemes for ships and stuff, it's going to be a bit of shell shock. And I understand people who play it are like, well, you don't have to buy it. You can play without buying it. But pretty much everybody I've ever talked to in regards to Star Citizen who says you don't have to buy those ships. Like, I'm trying to think of an exception, but I think every single person I've talked to who has said that has also spent hundreds of dollars minimum on ships. And like, okay, so it's possible to have fun with the game without spending money, but you're still spending lots of money. Maybe it's because you just love the game so much, you know? And like, you're an adult. You can spend money however you want. That's fine. I'm not like, how dare you? Like, I don't give a crap, okay? It's your money. Spend it how you want. But my point is, if you're trying, like, their whole thing is that they need to get more people funneled into the universe to start spending money as they scale it up to 1.0 and launch it. And I just don't think the more like mass market broad appeal, I don't think they will tolerate or allow for the pricing conventions currently at play within Star Citizen. I just don't think that converts well. And so I think if they want to appeal to the mass market, they need to scale down the selling the ships. They need to cut out the stupid crap with like selling blades and the ship augments and stuff. They can't do that at all. Because the main like gaming community is not going to tolerate that. We freak out over like $30 skins, much less freaking like, you remember like the $80 mount in WoW went viral for how egregiously greedy it was, and that was just like basically a skin for a mount, you know, that wasn't even that ridiculous compared to like a $1,500 ship. Macro transactions, yeah, literally. And I understand people like, well, it's meant for you to buy within an org and it's not really meant for one player to buy those ships. I agree. I understand all of that. But do you think that the average person who has never experienced this stuff is going to get that? No, they're just going to log in and see, oh, this ship is available for $1,500 and they will bail and never touch it again. And they need those people's money in order to stay afloat. Like that's the problem, is that the scoff price for the Star Citizen hardcore gamer is very high. They'll see $1,500 price tag and scoff maybe. I'm not doing that. I'm not buying that. But they see a $400 ship and they don't scoff. And they're like, well, hold on a second. That looks like it could be pretty fun. And then they might even consider buying it. They save up and they buy it, whatever. The scoff price for the average gamer that's like they're trying to pull in through Squadron 42 and through these other ventures, their scoff price is like $5. Like their scoff price is way lower. And so it's just, it doesn't translate the same. That's all I'm saying. I'm at full scoff. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Oh man. Yeah, we won't watch this today. I don't want to stomp on his views, but I am curious. Dude, even the community. The simple fact is they knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the freight elevators had issues. Granted, the only way to properly find out exactly what those issues were so that you can fix them is to stress test them. But in this case, they should have had a lot more upfront and honest about this event was going to entail. They should have had an alternative option to complete the event outside of using a broken freight elevator. As it stands, there's no way to have a legitimate winner of this contest as it's been broken from day one. They need to back off this whole thing from having a winner from this stupid contest. Dude, if you're like, what are they talking about with freight elevators? The game has been brought to its knees by elevators, and it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I'll tell you what, it's a little ridiculous, but the game has been pretty broken for a little while, for a good while actually. And they don't really know how to fix it. Okay. I went on to see what's new in AC today, or in SC today, and there's a lot. Still has too many issues, dude. And this is Salty Mike actually posted a video 2 weeks ago. We were going to do a reaction to. We didn't end up doing it, but it was this one, the year of playability, because their whole thing, they said for months last year, they were like, this is the year of playability. We're going to make Star Citizen the most playable, the most actionable game ever that it's ever been. So you can boot up, you can log in, you can play it, you can get experience with it, you can test it and poke and prod and try to break it, and we'll make the game polished and refined. That was the whole point. And it just has not happened at all. Like, instead, the game is still super broken. It still is regularly, like, they fix one thing, they break 5 others, and yet they still find a way to make the in-game store work perfectly. It's just, at this point, it really is starting to feel like a community full of people just falling victim to the sunken cost fallacy. It's like, I can't accept that maybe it's time to move on. It's just, they're hemorrhaging money, and I don't think they have a game plan long term. So I think that it's very likely they just end up one day being like, yep, we're out of money. We're out of money. Don't know what to do. Despite raising $1 billion, we're out of money. The trains are even worse. Most of the time the doors don't open and you're stuck on an endless ride. Yeah, because if you don't know, if you haven't played it, you get out of your like apartment when you load in, you go down to the elevator, and then you need to hop on the train to take you to like the spaceport to hop on your ship to then take off and start playing the game. So it can be like a 10-minute thing to get to the point where you're actually starting to play. And sometimes, like with some of the updates, the trains just break and you just can't even like really play, which is kind of hilarious. Yeah. Can donors sue? No, I mean, what you're doing is you're pledging. So like they could go and do like a class action lawsuit or something. The problem is every time they've done anything, you agree to their terms and conditions, and in the terms and conditions it says stuff like it's a work in progress game. Like, we're gonna try to make the game, but ultimately it's in development. Things are gonna change. Features can and will be removed. Some of them will be added back. Like, it's just like Kickstarter. Like, you give them the money, you're buying the promise and the idea of a game. You're not buying a game. Like, you're buying the idea of a game. And that's what you're doing when you pledge to them too, is you're buying the idea of it. You know? Luke, many of your points are correct, but onboarding is different now. People spawn in their garages, not apartments now. Okay, Christian. Yes. I stand corrected. You spawn in your garages, not in the apartments. It's been a while. Last time I tried to boot up, I don't remember which version it was. It wasn't this latest patch. That has the freight elevator problem. But last time I booted up, it was still apartments, I believe, and I couldn't get the game to play long enough to get to the spaceport. It kept crashing, like the server crashed, so I'd get kicked out. It was a whole thing. Star Citizen is or was actually a Kickstarter project. Yeah, back in like 2012. Yep. Do I think Mafia could get a nomination for Game of the Year? No, not for Game of the Year. This year is just too stacked for sure. But maybe for Best Narrative. What does Todd smell like? He smells like spiced pumpkin. Because of course he does. Yeah, of course he does, right? Anyway. Couldn't they sell their engine maybe? Well, dude, the problem is the engine barely runs their own game. Like, it's impressive. They're doing a lot of crazy stuff in Star Citizen, but it's still not stable, you know? Like, that's the thing, is it does a lot of really cool things. It's still not stable enough to even run their own game. So if they could get it to the point where it's like pretty easy to scale up and do big crazy things with it, then sure, maybe they could find some way of licensing it. But I think it's also built off of a different engine. It's like CryEngine, I think. I don't know. It's been a while since we looked at it. But it runs really well if you turn off multiplayer, which players can't. Oops. It's Lumberyard. It's the Is it CryEngine? No, it was Lumberyard and then it turned into CryEngine. They swapped to CryEngine. Because Lumberyard was the Amazon one, right? It's been a while. We did a deep dive on their engine a year ago or something. It's been too long though. It's been too long. I don't remember. Anyway. Yeah, the Division news leak. Yeah, they're teasing Gamescom 2025 announcement. Ubisoft and Massive posted Gamescom deployment confirmed. Mission brief will cover what's next for the Division 2. Timing classified for now. And this is
Hey everyone, we're excited to share that the Division 2 will be at Gamescom this year, with 2 panels and 2 meet and greets.
Our first panel will take a look at the creative and art direction behind Battle for Brooklyn, and will also give you a small glimpse at what's coming next for the seasons.
Then in our second panel, we'll talk about how your feedback is shaping the Division 2, share some updates about the Division resurgence, and reveal more about a big Division 2 project. We've only just started teasing it, but we're really excited to give you an update.
Both panels will be streamed online, so no matter where you are, you can watch along.
If you're coming to Cologne, don't miss the meet and greets. We'll be there to hang out, answer your questions, and give away some exclusive Division merch.
We're looking forward to seeing you, whether it's in person or online.
More details and exact timings coming soon. See you at Gamescom.
Booyah! They're gonna be there, and you heard her say, she said something like, a big update to Division 2. So people think it's going to be a big update to Survival 2.0 is what they're saying. What they said on X was they didn't specify exactly what they would be showing off at Gamescom, but they did confirm that it will look at what's coming next for the titles. No teases shared. Ubisoft stating SHD scanners picked up unusual activity. Intel arrives at Gamescom. Stay frosty, agents. They also shared this picture as well. Very interesting. Yep. Return of survival in the game. All of that. It's Division, because they're doing Division and then they're also working on another, like, Division 3 is the next big thing. And what's funny is that Ubisoft Massive, like, it's a huge company. Okay. It's like they have 750 devs as of 2023. I think it's even more now. But of course they worked on Division and all that stuff, but they also worked on Star Wars Outlaws and Avatar. And these were really weird. I think basically what happened is that Ubisoft was negotiating these deals with Disney, and Disney was like, well, we want to work with one studio. Like, that's who we want to work with. So they said, oh, well, we have this really accomplished team that did the Division and Far Cry 3 work. They did supportive stuff there. They did some of this stuff, but we have this team, and they said, okay, have them both do it. So they worked on Avatar, and then they worked on Star Wars Outlaws, despite previously working on Division 1 and 2, and then doing like support development for most of this stuff. Like, they were not a like single player narrative adventure game studio. That's not what they did. I mean, considering that, the games are fairly impressive when you consider who's making them. But the guys that made these eventually, they decided, we're going to go back. And so they've been working on Division 3. So all of the guys that worked on Avatar and Star Wars Outlaws, they've largely shifted forward to Division 3. And I think are happier working on that. They didn't seem, I mean, Star Wars, of course, is like a dream project to work on, but I think they were all ready to like move on, because working like with a managed IP as big as Star Wars has got to be a nightmare. You cannot do anything without verification and approvals from 5 departments within Disney. Like, it's got to be a nightmare. You're like, hey, we wanted to change the color of this speeder bike to green instead of blue. And they're like, well, we have to go check with our lore master and see if that is going to be a problem. And then we have to go and double check that that paint scheme isn't offensive in Indonesia or Uganda. So give us a second. We've got to check with the lawyers. And like, it just was a nightmare to get anything done, I'm sure. But hey, they're working on Division 3 now. And those games make them a lot of money. So I'm sure that that's also a component of it too. They also have a really cool office building. You see this? How cool is that? It's like big former textile factory or something. It's in Drottninggatan in Malmo. The studio grew from 130 to more than 650 employees. Ubisoft does have some genuinely like really cool office spaces, I will say. Ubisoft Montreal is in this like big former textile factory as well. So it's like this big, very iconic red brick building. It's also very cool. It's just funny. It's funny. Anyway. Let's see. As a graphic designer, some brands are not fun to work with. Oh, dude, I can only imagine. It's just... with something like Star Wars, it is such a beloved IP. You can't just do whatever you want. Like, oh. Do I think Squadron 42 will be at Gamescom? No. I think they're going to keep making slow and steady progress. And, but the danger for them, for Squadron 42 especially, is that they did all this voice capture and motion capture like a decade ago at this point. And they have some amazing talent, you know, working on the game, absolutely. But they did all this capture like a decade ago. So it was cutting edge when they did it. Motion capture tech is way more advanced today. And so already some of the like voice acting capture, motion capture, and facial capture is a good bit. I think they've just fallen a little bit behind. I think that's the dangers. The longer it takes them to put this together, the less cutting edge their cutting edge tech will be, you know. Yeah, just look at the difference between KCD and KCD2 is a good example of the change a few years makes. Exactly. And like, there's some improvements they can do on their end, sure, but there's also a lot that they can't do. But I'm interested in the first few minutes of this. I just want to see this real quick.
What's up, guys? I'm Salty Mike, and this is your Star Citizen Weekend Review for August 18th, 2025. 4.3 is now live and went live on a Saturday for some reason. The new Kruger ship, the Wolf, is pretty cool, but how practical is it? And CIG, they didn't apologize. They gaslit us again. All that and more on today's Week in Review.
I want to know what they gaslit. I want to know that specifically. Patch notes, roadmap, video updates, other updates. Okay.
Week in Review. This is where I take all of the official Star Citizen news each week, put it into one video, and share some of my opinions about it. I also live stream on Twitch, twitch.tv/saltymike, so stop by and say hi. If you haven't yet, always enjoy seeing you guys there, but we do have a lot to get through this week, so before we do, let me share with you today's sponsor. Thank you, Manta Sleep, for sponsoring this video. Manta Sleep just dropped a new version of their already amazing Manta Sleep sound mask. This is the most comfortable Bluetooth sleep mask in existence. It has ultra-thin Bluetooth speakers that are specifically designed for side sleepers, like me. The speakers are adjustable forward and back, so you can have
that's trippy. I knew somebody in college who slept with a sleep mask. I've never done it. Is that a thing? Like Bluetooth sleep masks? I guess, you know, some people fall asleep like listening with the AirPods in or whatever. I could see that. But I guess I'm just not used to, I'm not in on it. I didn't realize this was a thing. Huh. Just close your eyes. For those of us without eyelids. Oh.
And we'll pretend this was my wife. She couldn't film this with me. Needs
That's a good
silence to sleep. And I
boy.
need a podcast or a YouTube video, and this has made sleeping in the same bed so much easier. So if you want to join the pro nap movement and get this amazing mask, head over to the link in the description.
That's kind of fun. And I'm scared to ever try a sleep mask, because what if it's like amazing and then I can't sleep without a sleep mask ever again? Like, that'd be torturous.
Thanks as always for supporting the videos through the sponsors, guys. I do appreciate it. And with the bills paid, let's jump into those patch notes.
Let's see.
All right, nothing on Monday. We start out with our patch updates on Tuesday with a 4.3 PTU, and we'll start with testing focus, where they reduced the audio fidelity because they were getting a ton of crashes related to audio. They also say they had more freight elevator repair stuff, but the side effect is cargo can be deleted, and there's no way to tell in the PTU, right? It has to go live to find this out. After the event, that is going to be awful, though, for players who run cargo contracts. If you still lose rep when you fail them, let me know in the comments if that still happens. I stopped doing them because of that reason, so I'm not 100% sure on that. Let me know, and we'll...
Dude, I find it so funny. They're like, yeah, we kept having a lot of crashes because the audio was having trouble processing, so we just made it all worse. We just dial that back. Yeah. Imagine it's like, hey, the game crashes if you play it above 1440p. So we just are gonna remove that as a resolution option. You're welcome. Their way of fixing stuff is very, very funny to me. I specifically want to hear the bit about gaslighting. I'm curious. And we can circle back to this. Don't worry. We can circle back to this tomorrow. I'm just genuinely curious.
All right, and on Monday, we had a behind the ships. Now, I don't think there's a ton to say here, so we'll touch more on the details, and we've already touched on them a lot in the patch section, but we'll talk more in the other updates section. But if I say anything about how I felt watching the video, I was just a little disappointed, I guess, from a looks perspective mostly. I was hoping for a lot more Naboo style, very clean and flowy, and instead we got more of this old and new thing that I just don't like that much. A lot of people seem to like it. Good for you guys, but just not for me. And the space thing, or the keel, is just super weird, and I just hate it. I hate it with a passion. And then we had an Inside Star Citizen, and this was called 4.3 Patch Report. And I want to talk quickly before I start. I'm sorry for just how mad I was in my React to Live. Nobody is going to listen to issues that I have if I'm just going to be irate, right? So I hope this breakdown is a little bit more constructive.
I mean, I like the rage. I think the rage is passion.
And yeah, but I'm not going to delete the video or anything like that. It happened. I'm not going to hide from it. I'll apologize. And that's about it. No gaslighting needed, but we have some incoming. And I guess we'll start out with the intro of the show. And this is what set the tone for those frustrations that I had.
You're here. I'm here. We got one take. Let's talk about the elevator in the room. Now, up until this point, freight elevators were mostly used in single-player, short-term environments like personal hangars. There would usually only be one user, and on the back end it would be stowed when you left and a fresh new freight elevator presented every single time you went back in. Now, while certainly not perfect, these tended to operate better than the ones out in the wilderness at, say, outposts, which, like many other things in the verse, tended to compound their issues over time the longer they were left to run. Now, of all the known issues with all the freight elevators in the game, most tend to revolve around simple things like it just doesn't work, and bigger problems like all my items have vanished and they're now lost forever, which itself can...
Those are problems. It is a vibe. I mean, the thing is, in a game that's like built around persistence, the idea that just casually it's like, yeah, I put my stuff into a freight elevator to deliver it, and now it's gone forever. Like, it kind of breaks everything. If you can't even go on an elevator to complete contracts, you can't play the game. Like, it just doesn't work. You can't deliver cargo. You can't do any cargo related missions or adjacent missions. It just doesn't work. Like, it's a very important thing. It'd be like if in, Fallout, it's like, hey, doors don't work anymore. Like, it's kind of an important component.
Can often tie into other issues with things like long-term persistence, which we're gonna have an SCL on with Benoit soon to discuss some new developments there. So if it's okay with you, we're gonna stick to freight elevators for the time being. Now at this point, I'm not really telling you anything that most active players don't already know. But it's important to note that these issues have been egregious enough that we'd already started a directed repair initiative months ago. It's just not completed yet. Obviously. Maybe super obviously.
So right away, he starts out with saying that most of the freight elevators that we interact with are in persistent hangars. They aren't, and they have never been. A number of events, contested zones, the worm fight, and of course, resource drive, all used, and some of these were a key part of the loop. And yes, we may interact with our freight elevator in our hangars more often, but the content of the game uses them outside of there more often than anything else. Your freight elevator is it's different. It's you're just kind of interacting with inventory, dropping things off or whatever, but mostly when you're doing the content of the game, you're outside of it. So no, that one bothered me. And again, they never worked, and we reported it the entire year to them. The entire year. This is not new. These bugs are not new. The long-term persistence issues are another thing that for some reason continue to plague the game with what seems like little to no resolution in sight or conversation about it. But he did mention that Benoit he's got an update for that. So hopefully something on the horizon there, because that's not just a freight elevator issue. That is a game-wide problem.
And to be clear, like this issue of persistence, it's one of the core pillars of Star Citizen, is this idea that you can drop a water bottle on this one planet next to this hill, and you can come back in 6 months and find that water bottle still there, even if you haven't played the game since then. So long as nobody's touched it or moved it or done anything, it will still be there. That's the idea, which is kind of cool. It's like, okay, I could go find a cave on some random planet, and I could have all my goodies tucked away in that cave. And I don't tell anybody where it is. I keep the coordinates written down on a Post-it note on my desk, and I go and I drop stuff off. It's kind of cool as like if you're playing as a smuggler or something, like it's cool. And you might be like, well, why don't more games do that if it's so cool? Well, it's because it's a literal nightmare to make it work in a persistent live universe, because everybody's using server meshing. They use server shards on their systems to make it work. But like if I'm playing in Colorado, that has to work even if I'm playing then in London, or if I'm playing in Prague, or if I'm playing in India. Like everything has to work. And so they have to be able to identify which server has the accurate information for my objects that I dropped when I played that session. And if there was another player that also dropped things that acted the same way in that same session, they have to also be reflected. It's a nightmare. Like it's an actual nightmare to figure out how to get that working across all these servers. And stuff has just been breaking left and right. And it hasn't been going too well. And these elevators have introduced a whole other thing. And as the guy alluded to at the top, he was like, yeah, it used to be that elevators, they would spawn an elevator when you needed to go somewhere. You'd hop in, you'd write it down, you leave. And then a new elevator spawned when you need to go back up it. And that's just how it worked. Because for an elevator, you don't need a persistent object that's physically moving. You can just spawn it when it's needed and bring it in to game memory and handle it that way. But it doesn't work when you're trying to do persistent stuff, when you're bringing in heavy materials and all this stuff, and it just doesn't work. Beyond that, as he's mentioned a couple of times, Salty Mike has, these are all problems that have been communicated to them since the beginning of the year. We're 8 months into the year now, and they are still doing this stuff and still refusing to update stuff. Things are still broken. If they do fix it, they fix it by breaking 5 other things. And it's just, unfortunately, the tale of Star Citizen at this point is just... It is a beast that they are trying to wrestle and wrangle, and they just don't... They're not really able to do it that easily. Yeah, sounds like how... Bitcoin transactions take longer and longer as the blockchain gets longer over time. Well, it's just as things grow more and more complex, it's only going to be more complex trying to get everything working. and cooperating. It's also why it's so crucial to have a really strong foundation laid out early. Because if you have an oversight like the elevators, how the elevators work, and then later on in development, you add in some component like these, the persistence stuff, but now, freight elevators don't work and people are losing. You could play a mission for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever. You take your loot onto the freight elevator and it just deletes it basically. Imagine if you're playing Death Stranding and every time you try to deliver materials or you put it in a truck or you load it on your back or something, someplace where you store your items to transfer them somewhere else. Imagine if it just deleted it like 70% of the time. Be a nightmare. Raptor on a badger, what a name. Also, it's only there if you're able to get back on the same shard, which you can't manually select. Yeah, you're reliant on the game doing it properly, which, to be fair, when I've experimented with it, it does a pretty good job. It's pretty impressive. But I'm also not like a hardcore Star Citizen player, so I'm sure other people have had mixed luck. That's why proper long-term plans are important when developing games. Well, and it's also why it's so crucial not to have feature creep, because you may develop a game and have all these ideas for the game, but if you add in the idea of like a persistent universe 5 years later, where you're going to try to scale it up in this way when you didn't originally plan for it to scale up that way, things start breaking because you didn't lay the foundation, you know? It's just not that, it's not that easy. Yeah, more complexity, more problems. Exactly. But anyway, I've got to eat my Taco Bell, my friends, and one of my pet peeves is when people eat burritos and loud, noisy foods on stream and force their audience to listen to it. So I'm going to call the stream there, and we'll be back tomorrow for Gamescom. They're going to do the whole showcase there. It's going to be awesome. Of course, go check out the brand new video, the Mafia critique that I just posted. Links in chats right there. Go check it out. Just went live this morning, and it's going to be wonderful. It's going to be wonderful. It's old AF. It's like an hour old now. Yeah, I got distracted. It's an age-old problem. Anyway, much love, everybody. Hugs and kisses. I'll see you soon. See you in the morning. Much love.